Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie
the conference on the cross-border cooperation in the EU and the Eastern Partnership. 3 days of panels
liderów samorządowych i
with the participation of leaders and experts of all over
partnerów
Europe,
i giełda
forum
grantodawców,
partners
wizyty
and
studyjne, warsztaty,
stock exchange of the grant givers. Lublin.
11 października
For the
2000.
9th to 11th of October
Zarejestruj się
2023.
bezpłatnie na stronie
Register on the congress.lublin.eu website.
Witamy Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
We'd like to welcome
Którzy
all
uczestniczą
of you
w naszym
very
kongresie,
warmheartedly.
którzy są z nami dzięki transmisji internetowej. Kłaniam się nisko. Witam Państwa na Kongresie Współpracy Transgranicznej w tym roku.
Welcome you on the cooperation of the
W
cross-border
związku z tym także
cooperation.
nasze hasło kongresu Miasto Młodych. Cieszymy się bardzo, że są Państwo z nami, zarówno przed komputerami, smartfonami, jak i tutaj na sali. I cieszymy się na te liczne spotkania, debaty, ale także wydarzenia towarzyszące i wydarzenia artystyczne. Witam bardzo serdecznie przedstawicieli Korpusu Dyplomatycznego.
All the representatives of the diplomatic corps, Björn Brostad, the minister from the Embassy of Norway in Poland.
Witam
I'd like to welcome also very heartily the General Consul from the General Consulate in Lublin. I'd like to welcome all the representatives of the Flanders
Flandrii. Witamy bardzo serdecznie. I panią
and Sophie Gears,
zastępcę przedstawiciela
the
generalnego
deputy
w Polsce. Witamy bardzo serdecznie.
uh,
Witamy przedstawicieli
representative of
władz
Flanders,
obwodowych Łódzka i Równego. Bardzo nam miło, że są Państwo z nami. Kłaniam się.
representative with us
Witamy delegację
and the delegation of the partnership
Lublina z
cities
Ukrainy.
of
Są
Lublin
z
from
nami
Ukraine. We've got with
Łódzka,
us the
Równego
mayors of
i
Łódzka, Równe, Żółkiew,
a także
and also the representatives of Chmielnickie, Ivano-Frankivskie, Krzywy Rog, Tarnopol. I'd like to welcome all of you very warm-heartedly. We are very happy that we've got the official delegations from Debrecen, Kishinev, and Vilnius.
witamy
We'd like to welcome the representatives of the GANS, the European Youth Capital of 2024. Very warm heart welcome to you, as well as the representatives of the NGOs from Poland and abroad, including the Danish Council on the Refugees and the European Center Bergerland.
kongresie biorą
I would like to say that I'm very happy to see so many young people from Poland, Belgium, Croatia, Czechia, Georgia, Moldova, Norway, Ukraine, and Great Britain.
i oczywiście
And of course, we are very happy to
Was.
welcome all of you who are with us online
Witamy Was bardzo.
and watching us on your smartphones, and an applause to all our online participants. I know that we've got the representatives of the Council of Lublin with us.
Zanim przekażę
And before I give the floor to the host, let me give you a few technical pieces of information. Here in this room, we meet for the panel sessions, while the workshops will take place on the first floor in the workshop rooms, and we will show you the way to the particular events. And as you can see, this is being interpreted into Ukrainian and English. Polish is on 1, Ukrainian on 2, and English on the channel 3. And the president of the city of Lublin, Mr. Krzysztof Żuk.
Witam Państwa.
I'd like to welcome, my warmest welcome to you. Say that we live in a very turbulent times, but we need to take actions and plan the future also when there is a war around us and when many people suffer because of this war. I would like to say that
początku wojny
As I have said before,
e,
from the very beginning of the war in Ukraine, we are in solidarity with our brethren in Ukraine, and nothing can stop us or restrain it, because we will be with you. We are fighting for the same thing. We're fighting for freedom, for independent Ukraine, but also in this context, for the independent Poland. And we are also fighting so that you can plan your future as a European country and as Europeans. The last year has shown that we are able to help one another. On human level, we have
siły społeczne.
welcomed a big number of refugees with the help of NGOs that were helped by the international organizations. I would like to thank the Danish Council on Refugees that we talked to very quickly extended a major help. Also, we got this help from UNICEF, from the Polish Center of International Assistance, from French cities that very quickly were able to provide that kind of support. And also all European countries, German cities, Dutch cities, they got involved in this humanitarian assistance. And some of those organizations also helped us to organize the education for young Ukrainians. We still have approximately 2,000 students, Ukrainian students in our schools who will graduate, who are now staying here with their families in Lublin. And what is important is that they are in integrated classes, and in those class groups we've got students from different nationalities, Ukrainian, Belarusian, others. And it's important to assure good education for young people, but at the same time assuring that they will preserve their cultural heritage. So while they are in immigration, they can still reach to their language, to their culture. And we are pursuing this mission in all school with Ukrainian students. Thanks to UNICEF and other organizations, we had Ukrainian teachers who helped us.
Bycia nauczycielem i opiekuniem.
So they were both like a psychologist. Sometimes they were nearly like moms to those kids who suffered from this war. Together with NGOs in Lublin, we managed to do everything that was most needed by the young refugees.
Przed
Today, we are faced with difficult moments because Ukraine is devastated by the war. It needs rebuilding. But before it is possible, the children need to be educated. The children need to feel safe.
stabilizacji finansowej
And the families, very often deprived of financial stability, count on our help, on the help of the city and the NGOs. Today's Congress has also a broader meaning because
w sensie ich
it is to show
aktywizowaniu miasta.
how active the youth is in managing the cities and how active they are in those
My to
organizations that they are present.
partycypacja.
Lublin is the city of social participation, where the social organizations participate, and you need mechanisms to do that very well and to pursue the goals
Oczekuje od nas mieszkańców.
that are needed, the goals that are expected to be pursued by the inhabitants. But when we pursue our strategies, we need to take care of those generations, involve those generations that will be responsible for the future of the region, the city, and the whole country. That's what we have been doing because this is our policy. So this title of the City of Youth helped us a lot. And although this title, this being the host of the youth will pass, but we will maintain all the organizations and the grants, the subsidies to
Młodych ludzi
enable the continuation of actions, of activities of those young peoples and NGOs. We will be promoting all kinds of activity, and Beata Kuśmierzak,
tak to z dwojgiem na
Stepaniuk Kuśmierzak, sorry, who's responsible for the European City of Youth, that is Lublin. Now she's responsible for that, so she will talk about it. There is a number of interesting initiatives. We want to be the European capital of culture.
dziedzictwa.
That's what we strive to do. But I know that referring to our cultural heritage, we can build on that together. And in the context of such roots, build a platform that helps us to become the European capital of culture. I'm really happy to see that Belarusian, Ukrainian writers are being published here, and that we try to cooperate with them as much. But the Belarusian, well, the ones that are in immigration. We've got a lot of young Belarusians who come to Poland, come to Lublin. Lublin has become a very open city, and thanks to our history, to this heritage, it is also a city that is friendly to refugees, to those who want to come and stay here for a moment, but then may stay for a really long time. So we need to face all the challenges that the life puts before us. I'd like to welcome you to Lublin. I hope that those days when you are with us here will help us to define your expectations, your possibilities to build projects together, and also an opportunity to
Z miastami
start stronger ties. We have very
dlatego, że aż 10
We've got 10 partnerships with Ukrainian cities, and we've been partners for several years now. We also are eager to become partner for other Ukrainian cities, and we will be helping to find the sources for financing. Our NGOs, cultural institutions build that kind of partnerships.
partnerów.
We have learned a lot from our partners from Western Europe, and we are sharing this knowledge with the others today. And the important thing is to learn from one another. We can draw on the good practices from Ukrainian cities. We can learn how to manage the city well. They can learn from us, as well as other cities from France or Germany. We are part of the Eurocity network,
Barceloną,
and the same problems are defined by Barcelona, Madrid, or others. And it's important to learn from others, to learn from other people's errors, and that's what I wish to myself and to the others. Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to welcome Beata Stepaniuk-Kuśmierczak, the Deputy President of the City of Lublin for the Culture, Sports, Education and Participation. She's also responsible for the European Capital of Youth. And I would like to say that when we were planning for 2023, when the city of Lublin is the capital of youth, one of our assumptions was to have Lublin as a place to debate, for young people to debate, to talk. about all the aspects that are interesting to them.
So it's been 5 months, very intensive months, a very intensive period, working hard. So we have delivered optimistically on our plan, better than expected, really. So I can say that after 9 months, at least a few thousands of young people have come to Lublin to attend debates, international discussions, events, discussing a lot of very important the subjects like hate speech, like environmental protection, like the mental health, which is extremely important and has gained on importance over the recent years. But also we touched on the school of the new era, which is so essential for young people. So we waiting impatiently for this the Congress, which has won recognition and permanent place on the cultural and event map of Lublin. We are very interested in your attitudes, in your views about the matters concerning young people. I would like to thank you, the audience, the offline and online, for being with us. What gathers us together, as the speakers, as the audience, is the hunger for knowledge about others, but also the need for solutions so that the world that we can have influence on, that we can have impact on, that we can create together is attractive to young people and let young people meet the challenges. So this meeting and the next days of the Congress can be formative for young people, I hope. And I think I hope that young people can get inspiration and acquire some boldness in meeting the challenges in their lives. When we look at the rich agenda of this year's edition of the conference, I would like to thank you for your willingness to share your experiences. This is one extremely important value of this event. Another thing is the relations and partnerships that we bind during the Congress, and these are value for future. A number of projects that we have been operated so far, originated during previous editions of this Congress, and in joint projects, in our partnerships, we could tap into external funding for making our ideas a reality. I would like to wish you a very productive meeting, good emotions and impressions. It's not only about discussions and debates and workshops, it's also cultural experience for all of you. Thank you very much, and see you in next editions of the Congress as well. Thank you very much, Madam Maya. Now we'll have Paweł Prokop, head of the Organizing and Programming Board of the Congress. Hello and welcome. On behalf of the board, I would like to welcome you very warmly at this Congress. This year's edition is organized under the slogan, the City of the Youth. It's an obligation, but obligation comes also from the fact that this year Lublin is the European the youth capital. So during the panels, during the discussions, during the workshops, we'll touch on young people that are attending. We'll be talking about their needs, about the ways to satisfy these needs, how to build local governments to be inclusive, to be integrating towards the young people, but also for them to be managed in participatory ways. We'll be talking about places, cities friendly to the youth, we will forge a lot of practical recommendations essential for young people, and as a summary will provide an executive summary of the analysis of our discussions. We'll be also talking about politics, about the migration choices of young people. We'll be talking about equality, about policy, about the shared history between us, and we'll talk about the today's the labor market and different generations they're working together, whether 50 or 20-year-olds. The question is what is going to happen when the alpha generation comes to the labor market. So what we can do to work together and not compete and not provide for rivalry only. Grants Fair is a permanent component of every year's edition of the Congress, gathering together NGOs from the European Union, from Poland, from Eastern Partnerships countries. As Madam Mayer said, it's also a meeting place to form formal and informal partnerships. I will encourage Ukrainian local governments to look for opportunities to bind contacts with local government units from Poland and the European Union. So this is how the process for Ukraine's renovation, reconstruction, and joining to the European Union will start. Let me underline two things. This year's edition features a lot of study visits. These are an integral part of the Congress. It's not an addition. We'll be visiting places, spaces that are especially friendly to the youth, where youth like to stay, to spend their time, where they can get assistance, information, and where residents of the Lublin and the refugees like going to. And some promotional aspect, fantastic excursion that we encourage you to take part in, studying Lublin, just to visit a number of interesting spots on the Lublin map to tell you the story of economic development of Lublin. Lublin is a fantastic place to live in, with greeneries, with compact urban infrastructure, and so on. But the common opinion used to be that there's no work in here. That's why I would like to take you on the study visit, just to showcase the opportunities, whether in the city itself, whether in the economic zones, to show you all the transformations and changes that have taken place recently. I hope to see you all next year's edition as well, and I hope that you will find some interesting points for you during this event, both in terms of intellectual development and in social, in terms of social meetings. Hello and welcome once again. Thank you very much for the opening of this the Congress. Let me just give you a list of the patrons of this Congress. Similarly to previous editions, we have the honorary patronage of the Polish representation of the European Commission. Thank you very much. And the media patrons is the Polish Radio for Foreign, the Eastern Europe, the Mayor, and Visegrad Insight. This year's edition is co-funded on the bilateral initiative, the City for the Youth, Youth for the City, and also under the EOG and Norway funds. Thank you very much for this support. And let me announce the first panel discussion. In a while, we'll have the first speakers on the stage.
Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Miasto młodych, tak jest
City of the Youth.
już gość.
This is the title of the person. We'll have Mikhail Laskielek-Ensen for the region of Poland, Ukraine, and Romania. We'll have Oleg Volsky, mayor of Zhulkev city in Ukraine.
Weźmie udział również.
We'll also have Philip Michels, assistant of the European Youth Capital Program 2024. We'll also have Vidmantas Unitkus, head for youth affairs at the City Council in Vilnius. And Alexandra Kulik will be moderating this panel. She's representing Foundation Sempre a Frente.
That we have opportunity to meet here in European Youth Capital, and that we can talk now during this panel about cities of youth. Starting this subject, we talk a lot about youth, that youth is the future, the youth is the energy, that youth is this creative force that is, making the change in our societies. But youth is also struggling with many crises, with many difficult situations. As Mr. President said before, we are living now in very specific time, full of storms around us. As youth is not monolith, youth is very diverse. We have a lot of young people with different needs, with different struggles. I wanted to ask you, based on your experiences, what decision makers can do to be sure to hear all the different voices of young people, so we could include them better in the cities.
So, first of all, hello everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for welcoming us here. It is a beautiful city. So, first of all, for answering this question, I think we should listen, first of all. The basis of listening is integrating youth in decision making. And that's the, challenge where politicians, decision makers are struggling. Why? Because it took more time to discuss, to develop things that is necessary for youth. And I think in Vilnius, for example, we have a lot of, you as well have councils, working groups, and etc. And from my work experience, I just attach this knowledge into this field. And when we have a decision which will touch youth, for example, we always invite youth.
Well, I think one of the most important things is actually reaching out on a proactive way. If you want to include like all segments of society, because when you have like traditional participation instruments, you probably reach the most educated, and I think it's really important to go to the base and include all different groups of society. And most likely you will do that by reaching out to NGOs, talking to like experts in the field, talking to some key figures in the communities. So I think the really active kind of participation is actually what you need to include all those groups in society in your city policy.
I will just give additional questions to you, because Lithuania had the European Youth Capital, and Belgium is actually going in this process you will be hosting this title like in a year. Like, are there some specific actions that you're taking to be sure, or you taken before in Lithuania to be sure that all young people had their voice?
I guess because the European Youth Capital was Klaipėda, and maybe Vilnius will try to apply as well. But in a way, the European Youth Capital is, I think, the basis of the platform that the whole Europe is watching you and learning from you. And it's the point where the youth can meet, discuss, like Deputy Mayor said. They can discuss, find the solutions and discuss about the challenges. And I think the main aspect and the main thing, the goal from my perspective of European Youth Capital and just to seeing how it works is to inviting youth into this, discussions and to decision making. And I think all the platforms of this Congress, councils and etc. is the main thing from where all the ideas, all the like solutions for the challenges can come up.
If I take your question back to, let's say, our European Youth Capital project in Ghent, I think one of the first things we were very conscious about is the fact that we, communication we used to communicate to our NGOs, but also publicly, that we wanted to include like the diversity of the city in the communication and like be it very visual that like all groups were part of it, gender-wise, ethnicity-wise. So I think for us it was a real important thing to send the message. Like it's not only our white middle-class society who's going to organize this, but it's everybody.
Okay, and now we have our inclusion expert, I believe, from the Danish Refugee Council. Can you give us some of your expertise in this area?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation, and congratulations to the organizers on this very, very important event that is taking place over the next couple of days. But just maybe like to do a reflection. You said at the start, youth is not a monolith entity within the society. And as a Danish Refugee Council, we can only concur with that. We very often work and engage with the most marginalized segments of the society, so the displaced communities. And within that, also the youth refugee. And very often when we talk about refugee would somehow overtake the youth part as well. So I want somehow to highlight also that what the colleagues have said here, what has already been highlighted in the welcoming speech, that there is many more commonalities among youth globally as well. So youth across the whole globe has the same inspiration, has the same drive, has the same wishes to contribute to the society. When we talk about refugee youth, though, there are specificities there that we do need to consider. So those individuals, have fled a war, an active conflict, and might need an additional support or space in order to be able to express themselves, to find connections, to connect with the host communities, so that they can become an active change agent also in the new place where they are finding themselves currently. And I think the city of Lublin and many organizations here have been actually really champions in how that can be done in a very positive way. The community center Baobab, for example, here that has been run by Homo Faber and supported also by UNHCR, DRC, and of course the municipality of Lublin. It's one of those key entities where young refugees can come together and connect, whether it's over a film, a joint cooking of a dinner or a board game, where they can share their excitements or their fears, their anxieties, and so forth. So that's one part within the civil society. And then another important segment is also what the mayor has mentioned himself before, making sure that there are pathways established to link them up with core systems within the society. Within the education, for example, making sure that there is access to quality education and that there are special elements introduced there so that displaced youth can actually feel inclusive within the education processes as well. Whether that's making sure that there are additional language courses, there is an additional support in terms of mental health, etc., so they can be an active participants as well. Yeah.
Oleg, panie prezydencie, co na ten temat?
Oleg, what do you think about this having listened to, or in the context of listening to the needs of young people, and how does this relate to the situation of young people in Ukraine? It's a big challenge, what the city, what the urban community can do in this area.
Dzień dobry, Lublin.
Good morning, the City of Youth. Good morning, Lublin. And ladies and gentlemen, friends, young people, I would like to say that's a great pleasure to be here. I'll be speaking Polish because I am in Poland.
Najpierw chcę powiedzieć,
First of all, let me
burmistrz Ukrainy
tell you that I am the youngest mayor
to miałem 20
in Ukraine. I was 25 when I was elected to be the mayor of Żółkiew, and I can tell you, the young people, they are important in self-government, in institutions, in all kinds of organization. And here in Lublin, I can see a lot of great youth. 10 or 9 years ago, I had the pleasure of participating in the studying program at the Catholic University in Lublin. I was a student of the second year of a university in Lviv and came here to school to the Catholic University of Lublin as during the student in exchange program. We've got the city and 39 villages around it that we have to manage, and there are a lot of young people who are helping us to manage this whole entity. The young people in Ukraine, in my city, are very helpful. Ukraine is at war. You know how hard it is, and we know how much you help us. You've been helping us. The young people help one another, and we are all pursuing the road to the freedom. Nearly 1,000 of our heroes, of our soldiers from our city are in the front, fighting for the freedom of the whole world. Nearly 50% of our population are young people, so people under, let's say, 40 years old. And we understand that
robi wszystko, ten
young people,
świat,
they
demokratyczny świat,
want the democratic free world to win against Russia. And as the mayor of the city,
takie decyzje, to było,
well, one of my first decisions that I took was a resolution of the city council. I initiated the resolution to set up a council of young people, people who are under 27 years old, and they are helping us. They participate in preparing resolutions. They help the refugees. At the beginning, we had 4,000 refugees from different parts of Ukraine in our city. Our youth help us with providing the humanitarian help for our soldiers.
naprawdę,
And
że w tej chwili
in fact, it's a sad thing.
bohaterów
We've got 46 heroes that died in war.
liczę 30, to młody
30
do 40.
of them
Смутна
are young people,
в цій хвилі.
and it's a very sad statistics.
Ми разом
I believe we will win.
яка би не була
And no matter how hard it is, no matter what the politics is,
для нас важливо.
we know that Polish nation is
To, że ja widzę tutaj
a nation that is like brothers
z różnych regionów,
to us.
potwierdza.
And a lot of people say that. A lot of people who come to Poland and then come back to Ukraine then confirmed it. And despite the difficult times, the war, I would like to say that I'm happy to be with you here. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. President. And answering your question, looking at the world history, the founder of the city, Hetman Żółkiewski, he was a young man,
Ja myślę, że to była najważniejsza rzecz.
and he,
Żółkiew 20 września
on the 20th of September 1610, he burned Moscow to the ground. So that was one of the most important things, apart from, of course, setting up our city, Żółkiew.
idziemy.
And I hope that we will be able to repeat it, to burn the Moscow again, and we'll do it together. Glory to Poland.
Dziękuję za te
Thank you for those beautiful words, amazing words. And I would like to say that this position of young people in the city is very important, but also what I can understand is that what the city does for young people, the functionality changes. So what does a city friendly to young people mean? What do you think about it? Oleg, perhaps you would like to start.
Pytania.
Well,
Mam takie marzenia, żeby
my dream is to have Żółkiew just like Lublin. I would like my city to be the European city of youth, but there is a long way ahead of us. We have to do a lot of work.
że teraz
As I understand, young people,
bardzo
they want to do everything fast.
ta chwilę taka
They like new gadgets, new communications, new era. In our city, we're doing everything to stop young people from fleeing our city and emigrating to Lviv or to Lublin. We want to keep them in Żółkiew. I remember that I went to Kiev and I worked at the Ministry of Finances of Ukraine there. But I dreamt of coming back to my hometown, and that's what I did. I won the election, and I want to tell young people, both in Ukraine and in Poland, that there is nothing is impossible. If God wants it and you want it, then you can do anything. You can fulfill your dreams.
How should we even define the cities that are youth-friendly in these times?
I think from my personal experience, the city which does everything for youth is a friendly city for youth. For example, if the municipality is listening for youth, inviting youth into decision making, for example. I mentioned decision making, implementing, and etc. a lot of times, but I think that's the key element of decisions, which is for youth. For example, in Lithuania, we have youth policy legislation from 2003, and 20 years passed, and we have still for example, youth work forms, the same ones. And if we see the recommendations of European Commission, goals of youth for Europe, and etc., we need to understand that the youth is diverse. They want things fast. They want things fast, but we need to adapt. If we are not adapting the situation, we will lose the youth from our cities. They will go to the cities which are faster growing, faster developing things for youth, and that's the main key, I think, to be not in the back of youth, but ahead for the youth. So.
Well, first of all, let me still thank you for inviting us over here. Yeah, I think there's always a lot of talk about participation, and I think participation is, of course, one of the key things. But one thing that you should implement too, I think, in a city is like co-creation, and that begins, of course, with giving people to co-create, give young people the opportunity to co-create, let's say, from small projects to bigger projects in your city, but also to make funds available for that. Like we have in the city of Ghent, we have this fund that is actually targeted at young people themselves, where they can really get like a small grant from, let's say, up to 3,000 euros. But that gives them a lot of opportunity to experiment with their own projects and grow from there. Like I could give you like 2 examples of that, if it's okay. One success story was actually a very young guy who wanted to make a film, and is like, yeah, I want to make a film with some young people from the city. So he got this grant from 3,000 euros. Makes his own first movie, and then 5 years later he's like invited to Cannes Film Festival. So yeah.
Wow.
And then we have this cultural organization who started with organizing exhibitions, and 7 years later they're one of the main key players in new emerging cultural scene. So there's like a big return on investment in doing these things. This co-creation shapes your city actually for the future, and it makes people want to stay in your city, so they don't look to the other cities and say, hey, maybe I'm gonna check what's going on there. Like, yeah, just you create community in a way, that way too.
To build a little bit on what the colleagues here have been saying, I think if the municipalities and the cities are really, really committed to youth and wish to invest in youth, I think that's the smartest and most impactful, sustainable investment that cities can do on the long run. If we have committed, dedicated, happy youth, then our future will also look brighter. And it's important that those commitments don't only stay at the policy or the city strategy level, but they actually trickle down to day-to-day actions and activities. So giving the youth space to have an actual voice for a change. That could be if there are youth city councils, for example, ensuring that young actually proactively engage in those youth city councils, ensuring actually that those from the marginalized communities do get to participate as well. So invite your migrants, invite your refugees from the municipalities as well to take part proactively in those city councils, for example. If you are providing healthcare services, make sure that they are also youth focused as well, whether it's sexual reproductive health, make sure that this is also included. If we talk about the education, make sure that this is a quality education as much as possible. There are some good examples already been mentioned before, how those processes can be facilitated also for the displaced refugee youth. I would say it's very, very important, in particularly for the marginalized communities or for the displaced youth, that there are safe spaces also created. We need to make sure, we need to understand that while youth has many commonalities globally, as mentioned before, refugee youth bears also specificities with them. Try to imagine that you need to leave your home, and then all of a sudden you find yourself living in a 10 square meters room together with your younger, older brother, sister, with your mother, with your grandparents. Your day-to-day reality looks very, very, very different. So it's important that there are also informal safe spaces created where the youth can connect, where the youth can express itself, and very, very importantly, connect also with the host communities as well. And also important to sort of identify pathways to maybe call it youth-friendly employment opportunities as well. We know that in particular within the displaced communities, there is often a lot of pressure on young people to seek employment in order to support their families, which can also then have some negative coping mechanism, drop off from school, etc. So several different elements, and I'm sure a lot of opportunities for the cities to take on youth in an engageful way. If they do, then we are really looking at an impactful and sustainable cities on the long run.
If I could react to open youth spaces. So in Vilnius, we have 3 open youth centers and 18 open youth spaces. And after COVID-19 pandemic, which hit at the world and hits maybe now, we have a very solid number of youngsters which are going into those safe spaces to get consultations, individual ones about sex, gender, and etc. All the, those questions which can't be answered in the school sometimes, and young people in Lithuania is from 14 years old till 29, and in Vilnius we have around 80,000 of youngsters. So 30% of them are going into those open youth spaces, and it is I think that's the mark when you need to understand that it is the place where youngsters want to be and needs to be to get some kind of activities, consultations, and etc. And as well, the labor market, for example. So Vilnius is a very big city from my perspective, and youngsters are going to resorts to work near the sea and etc. And but municipality, with some cooperation with NGOs, just thought about idea how the youngsters can implement their practices into summer work, for example. So municipality just contacts with the corporations, with the businesses, make partnership, and just invites business to reach to youngsters and not make them, but invite them into labor market. And the municipality pays around 40–50% of salary extra just with the cooperation with the business. And that helps for business and youngsters to be implemented in the labor market from young days, because as we see in Lithuania, I think in Europe, that youngsters now are more getting more theoretical level knowledge than practical one. After a high education, they want to go to labor market, but they don't have experience. So that's what we are trying to implement from the practical way, and as well with the volunteering system. We have a volunteering system which after a young person volunteers, he receives a digital badge. Digital badge has information what kind of agendas he reached, what kind of practices he done, and he now can go to, for example, business or corporation, and to show, I reached this, I know that, and that's my experience. And the business, corporation, and others partners can, say, yes, he reached these goals. Because all the CVs, all the, just theoretical level is not a lot. We need as well practices. And the practices is a very good thing for young people, but it is hard to invite them into these new digital things.
You've mentioned many different areas: the inclusion, the healthcare, the education, the employment opportunities, etc., etc. Also living conditions, safe spaces. It sounds like a lot of hassle from the municipality point of view, but we all believe here that this is something that we want to invest our time and engagement. And I have a questions for all of you. If there are some decision makers who are still having doubts if this is all worth all this energy, all this power, what would you say to the other decision maker? Why is it worth it to engage young people in the city and to make cities youth friendly?
Tricky question. I think I would say to lead by the example, because today I was very happy with a colleague that our one of the initiatives was awarded as one of the main initiatives in Lithuania, but it was just founded 9 months ago. So I think lead by the example, and other thing is very important, I guess, to share the good practices, because the good practices are basically a key to change somebody's minds, and to go to council, to go to politicians and discuss with them how we can develop new things, which could be a good example, a good practice, and invite them to cooperate as well. Because as colleague mentioned, the youth is a good investment in the long run. It is very necessary to invest in youth, from education field, from social healthcare, and etc. So I think in the long run, everybody will be happy, and everybody will be happy those who invested in youth.
Do you agree?
Well, something I actually mentioned before is that return on investment. Maybe I could elaborate a little bit more on this. I think you have this on all levels. It's not only about youth spaces. It's also about public space. It's about better designed public space for youngsters. It's probably also a more well thought designed public space for other age groups. Young people who are actually studying in the city, staying in the city, where they find a city where they can do their sports, find their culture. That's probably a city where they want to stay in, look for a job, build a family, and then the circle is closed, doing something for your young people is doing something for your broader society, actually. So I think that is really the key thing to remember, and it's for some people it's hard to see because people always look at youth as a certain category in society, while it's just youth are just part of the natural cycle. So see it more as a cycle than as a category. It's just the flow.
No naprawdę jest bardzo ważna rzecz, żeby miasta.
And this is really important that actually cities do what they can, do the utmost for the benefit of the youth. In Żółkiew, we have a youth development program. We have a special fund to support development of youth. We have a range of projects and initiatives where youth can participate in developing an initiative and get funding from the local government. We have a number of open spaces for the youth where the youth can operate their projects, connect, gather together, organize conferences, watch films, and so on. We organize the Forum of Youth in Żółkiew a couple of times a year with discussions on education, on business opportunities for the youth. Mind you, in Ukraine, the youth are very active in the business domain. So it's really important that the city, the mayors, councillors, and the boards, anyone who works for the city, do the utmost once again for the youth to have the opportunity to grow, also personally in the city, and addressing the youth themselves. just a couple of things. On Saturday this week in Żółkiew, we unveiled a monument of St. John Paul II, the market square. John Paul II, the Saint Pope, addressed young people, saying, "Well, don't be afraid." So it's really important. You don't have anything to fear. Just go ahead. Be brave, be bold. Just act, and everything will be all right. Well, the UK's Prime Minister Winston Churchill addressed the British people. Never give up, and I would like to repeat this to our youth in Ukraine, in Poland, in Europe. Don't let's be afraid. Never give up, and that's it. Thank you very much. And would you address the same phrase to the councillors, to decision makers, to those in charge of the cities, just to reduce the risk aversion to youth initiatives? Well, what we know for sure is that, if you don't take risks, you don't drink champagne. So it's a really important message for the youth. Regardless of your age, really, you need to understand that at this moment it's really important for you not to give up. And just to address, the decision makers in all the cities, the youth nowadays is really willing to grab a part of decision-making powers, and they are willing to help. So decision makers shouldn't be afraid of integrating, including young people in decision-making processes. As we know, in this way, will help the cities and countries and Europe grow, really.
Thank you. I think young people will probably say it's a no-brainer in terms of the message to the decision makers. I think historically there has never been so much youth globally as we find it today. We maybe sometimes forget that in European landscape because we have aging population, but looking globally there has never been so much youth as we have seen it today, and we see the same within the displaced communities as well. A lot of youth represented. I would say the same is also situation here in Poland, particularly when it comes to the displaced from Ukraine. A lot of women, a lot of children, and a lot of young people. So if we sort of create spaces for them where there can be a meaningful participation, if we create pathways for them for quality education, for employment opportunities, for health that is youth focused, for safe spaces where they can connect and express themselves, then I really, really believe that we have a good and a decent shot in impactful futures, whether they decide to stay in their homes where they are right now, or whether that and integrate, or whether that at some point they are considering to perhaps return back home.
Would you like to add something? Because in area of because I asked you about the message for the decision makers, but I also got some messages from the youth. So if you'd like to also give something, smart for the young people to take with them for their work, because I will tell you in a second what is going to happen next, because young people will be working on recommendations for youth-friendly cities. So if you have any advice, very short one for them, what they can do during these 3 days to really make their work, be worthy and very deep for changing their cities in the future. This is your 2 last minutes. Because we already heard, be brave, take risks, be open. Do we have something else?
I guess the same advice would go to the youth as well. The same that we were maybe giving to the decision makers. Be brave, take risk, make sure that you ask for a space for meaningful participation, so it's not only tokenism. Make sure that you identify who the decision makers and decision takers are, that you engage with them directly, and make sure that any sort of participatory approaches are not just pro forma, but they are actually formalized ways where you can influence the processes and decision makers as well. Yeah. So be brave, take risks.
I think be diverse and don't be afraid of politicians and those municipal level guys saying we are not ready, we're not fast enough, and etc. So be bold, be brave, like mentioned 100 times here, but write and say the things which you are matter of, you like, you want in your city, in your country, in Europe. And I think that's the main idea, that be critical to politicians and municipal level heads and specialists, because if you're not pushing them, they maybe will not push themselves.
One more thing I think is that should be aware that you are actually not youth, but you are the future architects, you're the future decision makers, you're the future politicians, you're the future artists. Everybody has his individual talents, so I think you're shaping the world from tomorrow's world right now, so that's what you're doing. So do it.
For yourself and for the future generations.
Yes, exactly.
От початку, от вибуху війни,
Starting the outbreak of the war in 2014, over 9 years really, I've been military voluntary really, and I often visited frontline posts and our military service members, distributing the aids, the support, munitions, clothes, and so on. So next week, I will have 101st the visit to Donetsk and Lugansk and Kharkiv. And let me tell you this: when I come to my to our the service members, in the east of Ukraine, they always tell me, and they tell me and my friends, that I think it's really important. So far, as long as we are fighting here on the front lines, your cities, your territories, Ukraine, Europe will be okay. If we are not here, there will be no future for anyone, for our country, for Europe, or for the world. So this is the message to the youth in Ukraine, in Poland, in Europe. Let's please remember why we are here, or why we are where we are, and why we do what we do. And sometimes you need to be ready to devote your most valuable the things for others to be able to act for the benefit of the cities, of the countries, of the nations. And let's hope that together we can win the future. Thank you.
Czyli przyszłość miast tak de facto spoczywa jest w
The
odpowiedzialności
future is the responsibility of young people and
pięknie ją wspólnie kreować.
decision makers alike. So I hope that we'll be co-creating our joint future. Thank you very much for your participation, and at 11 o'clock we'll be starting a cycle of workshops in 3 language groups, in Polish, in Ukrainian, in English, where people from across Europe will be discussing the recommendations for the cities to be youth-friendly in a variety of categories, like infrastructure, living conditions, educational conditions, job opportunities, but also youth participation or leisure time opportunities for the youth. And I hope that over the 3 days of discussions, young people will work out intriguing solutions for us to discuss at the closing session. I wish you a productive meeting at this Congress, and thank you very much. Thank you so much to the panelists and the moderator. And thank you very much. And we'll now have a short break, and then we'll have another panel discussion. Thank you.
Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu. Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
A my ponownie jesteśmy z naszą internetową transmisją. Serdecznie zapraszam Państwa na miejsca wszystkich zgromadzonych w Lublinie. Cieszymy się, że Państwo wciąż są z nami przed ekranami komputerów i telefonów. Czas na kolejną debatę. Młodzi 2023, już są nasi wspaniali goście. Edwin Bendyk, dziennikarz, publicysta i pisarz zajmujący się problematyką cywilizacyjną i wpływem techniki na życie społeczne. W tygodniku Polityka kieruje działem Nauka, prezes zarządu Fundacji imienia Stefana Batorego, także członek Polskiego Pen Klubu i Europejskiej Rady Spraw Zagranicznych. Witamy bardzo serdecznie. I Konstanty Gebert, psycholog, tłumacz, dziennikarz, pisarz, nauczyciel akademicki, wybitny znawca Izraela i tematyki żydowskiej, a od 2011 roku dyrektor Warszawskiego Biura Europejskiej Rady Spraw Zagranicznych. W czasach PRL współpracownik KOR oraz redaktor prasy podziemnej. Kłaniam się nisko. Witamy bardzo serdecznie. To dla nas ogromna przyjemność. A dla Państwa ten panel będzie moderował dyrektor Biura Centrum Współpracy Międzynarodowej z Urzędu Miasta Lublin, pan Krzysztof Stanowski. Przekazuję głos.
Witam bardzo serdecznie. Zmieniamy troszeczkę generację. Jesteśmy odrobinę starsi niż średnia tego kongresu. Natomiast chciałbym, żebyśmy przy okazji tej rozmowy zastanowili się, co wiemy o młodzieży, w jaki sposób w tych wyjątkowych czasach rozmawiać z młodymi ludźmi, rozmawiać myśląc o przyszłości, ale pamiętając o przeszłości, nie próbując jej zapomnieć i budując na tej przeszłości. Mamy niezwykłą okazję rozmawiania z praktykami, z tymi, którzy na co dzień od wielu lat z młodzieżą.
To those who have been working with us for many years now. And I would like to start by asking, what do we know about young people today?
Mamy sytuację
In a week time, we're going to have elections in Poland.
w Ukrainie.
And for the last nearly 2 years, we have full-scale war. Actually, it started in 2014, but it's become... And we've got a city that is a partner of Lublin that is being attacked with missiles. And we've got people who were kidnapped during a concert. So, what is the youth like in 2023? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for invitation. But I would like to start by saying there is no category of the young people. People differ. Young people differ. There is the division into women and men, boys and girls. And they differ in their education aspirations. And also there is difference. There are two girls that get higher education per each boy that gets a higher education in Poland. It, of course, affects their attitude, their choices regarding politics. CBOS, market research agency, asked young women about their views, and we can see that starting with 2015, the young women, approximately 40% of young people taking part in the research, rather vote for the left, while boys tend to vote for the right. But of course, it is shaped by the place of residence. It's different in the city and in the villages, but there are fewer young people living in the villages. Two important aspects in Poland. There was a time, very important time, in the autumn 2020, the biggest protests in the history of Poland. There were young people manifesting, protecting the women's right. There was the abortion law that was passed, and that was tighter. And it is the first, let's say, movement. One in 4 young people in their 20s, they declared that they took part in those manifestations. But it ended
traumatycznymi doświadczeniami.
in two traumatic
No bezprecedensowe.
events. One, that was an unprecedented violence of the state. There was police that
Z młodymi aktywistami
acted
tego czasu. Teraz dzisiaj się
violently, and the young people who were affected by it, they ended up with a trauma.
ale drugie
And the second experience
establishmentu tak
was the response of the cultural or political establishment, and it's because we the older ones, we did not
co oni myślą.
listen to them,
Dokładnie powiedzieli, co myślą.
and they told us what they wanted to think. And they said that in the entity,
Podmiotowo
the subject does not agree with the object. So
zdecydowania wynika z tego.
now people are undecided. Young people,
Polityków, którzy są
they do not feel they can vote for any politicians that do not treat them seriously.
wypowiedź. No to jest doświadczenie po części z tym związane.
And
Pandemia.
of course, there is also the pandemic,
Ludzi młodych.
which affected mainly the young people.
Z wieku, prawda? Zamknięcie
They had to stay closed
nie wiadomo.
in homes. The older people had to defend, sort of, or be protected against.
Sytuacje narastania
And now we can see there is a lot of depression and a growing wave of
częściowo słusznie,
suicides.
że nie ma opieki psychologicznej.
There is not enough psychological help or therapies.
Się psychologizuje, a nie myśli o strukturach społecznych.
When you look
Emil,
at Emil Durkheim,
wzrost liczby samobójstw jest
he said that the growing number of suicides is
albo myśmy ich zespołu.
the sign that those young people, they actually got alienated. We do not understand the young people. They do not co-decide about the community, and treatment, a therapy is not enough,
Oczywiście jest najbardziej dojmujące,
which is related
ale my dopiero rozumiemy.
to the fact that is present not only in the Polish society, namely the demographic change. In the previous elections, the young were important. There were 6 million people who were under 29, the same number of people who are over 65. Now we've got 4 people in the younger group and 8 million people in the old
Pytanie do nas.
age group.
Na bok oddamy.
The question is, if we are in majority, can we give the voice to the young? Can we vote
Fizycznie
in their interest? Yes, because in democracy, our vote counts for more because there are more voters. And of course, young people either got
Społeczeństwa, bo w nim
violent or alienated because they feel that there is nothing they can do. They have no say. And
marszach protestów
well, we have heard about the participation in the manifestations and how it affected the young people. Another experience is
co czwarty
like here in Lublin, when you've got 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 4 students are from foreign countries.
z Ukrainą
And
było rozłożone z Niemcami na 25 lat.
what we had as exchange of students between, let's say, Poland and Germany, there were small groups over many years. Now we've got a huge number of foreign students in Polish schools.
Krótko.
Just briefly, with an anecdote.
Miałem okazję uczestniczyć w
I
młodymi aktywistami
took part in a meeting with young activists,
ukraińskich. Właśnie z
and not just from Ukraine, but also Turkmenistan and other foreign countries, because there are many migrants coming to Poland. Some of them have been in Poland for a few years. And very often, those activists, those migrants, very often they fight for youth. Like in the Wilanów district in Warsaw, there is a guy from Turkmenistan, and he is fighting for self-governance of students in schools.
którzy chcą
And he's no longer like a stranger to our community. He's fighting for the community. So this is a great opportunity.
nasi, znowu w cudzysłowie,
And again, I mean, they are our young people from abroad, but they are our young people. And they change the way we think about the world.
niezwykła też różnorodność.
We can see a number of actions and activities undertaken by young people. Started with the climate-related movements. Then we had the women's rights movement, and
W 2020 roku
we can see the continuation and diversification of those initiatives,
osoby z imigracji, no to
including the migrants. Thank you.
Nie tylko włącznie.
Actually, it's not just like inclusion of migrants. We have an organization set up by Ukrainian migrants, but it does not focus on the self-help to other Ukrainians. There is the power of unity. We've got the representatives of this organization with us, and this organization actually fights for the inhabitants of Lublin, because those migrants, they feel that they are inhabitants of Lublin. As Mr. Mayor said,
Młodzi ludzie
each week, each month, in Ukraine, young people are buried. The young heroes are buried.
a z drugiej strony
And
z Lublina
today,
młodzież
there was a young group
jeszcze dokładnie jak.
of Israeli students heading back home, and they don't know how they are going to get there.
Co
So we need to think about history, the way we can talk about it,
tego, co było w przeszłości,
and
historia z tym
not trip over it. And destruction, it's not just about the political figure that burned this or that, but other aspects that we have to think about. Yes, yeah, like we are three senior men and trying to, make up some ideas how to change. Out of each of us, we could have like three younger people, because we are so old that we could, be like three young people. I remember there was an interview with a president, a male president of the Women's League, and he was assuring that at some point in the future, women could be the heads of the Women's League too. But so far, so good, and well, it's only for a man to do now.
Nasze doświadczenie.
Our experience
Rozmowy z naszymi dziećmi, tak?
with youth is very often the experience of talking to our children. So when we talk to our children, we learn, and that the young people respond to us the way our children responded to us, saying, "Come on, Dad, let go." But also, we need to be careful about not praising too much, like saying, "Oh, you are the future. We want to learn from you." No, how? Why should we learn? I mean, we need to know something to help. So if there is nothing they can learn from us, then why should they even talk to us if there is nothing they can learn from us? So there are two dangers. One is infantilization, and second, trying to praise it too much. And there is an institute in Warsaw called the Institute for the Research of Youth, and everybody calls it not the Institute for the Youth, but for talking in a pitying way about youth. There is a play on words in the Polish language. So actually, I have to say there are groups of people of similar age or not, like young women in Poland, they tend to vote for the left. It's, of course, obvious. If I were a young woman in Poland, I mean, I used to be in the subversion against the communist rule in the past, so I do not blame the young women for being subversive. Now, it's a question of fundamental interests. And it's a similar thing with men. Young men, they tend to vote for the right because those parties promise them that the natural order will be preserved so that you can tell your woman, shut up. That's at least the you can get, and that's the satisfaction you're going to get from your life. So it's not a question of the age. It's the response to a pathological situation they are facing now. Because, as we know, the sociological research results reveals that young generations have been growing up in a situation in which, on the one hand, the power is in the hands of the old, and the old are incompetent. And every child knows that when they have to teach their parents or their grandparents how to manage the computer. The old are in power because they say, well, we've got the knowledge. But today, a situation is a bit different. You know, like the old people nowadays, they say, we don't know, and you don't know, and you can't learn anything from us. If we look at ourselves only as through the age perspective, like they are the young ones, or these are the old ones, then we will not be able to learn anything from one another. Only when we look at ourselves as people can we learn anything. The examples of young people, as we have heard, young people who are being buried in Ukraine, they are killed by other young people. This is a war that is fought in the same by the same generation. The massacre during the rock concert in Israel, at least 260 young people were killed, murdered by other young people. And this is something you cannot ignore. just by saying, oh, they are young people. Some people might even say, oh, they need to sort of, let this team off. No, they are not just the young people. They are people we involved into our wars. And this is like hitting the wall with our heads. We cannot expect the young to be able to do something we were not able to do. Stop the war, if not conclude it. But this is infinitely cruel that we raise young people to take part in our wars. Perhaps one of the ways to mitigate this cruelty is remembering,
jak to pięknie Faulkner powiedział,
just as Faulkner has said, that the story has not ended yet.
Przeszłość się nie skończyła.
So, to be precise, the past is not over. Well, the past is not even past. So, in this sense, our experience of history, I think, can be useful for the younger generations. Not our victories that we boast and for which we expect respect and recognition, but our failures, actually. Failures are, a source of knowledge. Well, you can, be proud of victories, of course. Well, it's really pleasant, be a veteran of, victorious battle. But you can't learn from that. On the other hand, we can learn from our failures, from our defeats, and as you said, well, how young people responded to the exclusion from politics. Let me just recall the breakthrough moment in 1918. Sorry, for getting, to some ancient times. Across Poland, there were, spontaneous strikes bursting out, and Lech Walesa, with the team, just traveled around and tried to, extinguish those strikes. Why the strikes? Well, the young generations. Well, they were too young to take part in, the earlier the strikes in the underground, in clandestine operations. So they waited a long time, under the guidance of the older generation. The older generation was supposed to know better. Well, it turned out that the older generation didn't know anything better. Well, the young people started to act. So Lech Walesa, traveled around and flagged the barricades with solidarity sign, whereas those barricades were not built by solidarity members. So the society had changed and and acted differently. Something similar is happening now when young people. My impression is on both, sides of political divide, that the old generation will decide for them, but will not pay the bill for that. We, as young people, will have to pay the bill. So, what we can learn from history is that we should perhaps refrain from such actions. That we should maintain, this kind of elementary fairness in whatever we do. Well, if I, get a bill, I need to pay that. But if I have a bill with deferred payment for the younger generation to pay, then I should stay silent and give the opportunity to young people to have the voice. I don't think that toading to the youth is a good idea. I mean, I don't think that young generation is much wiser than we used to be when we were young ourselves. still, it's a kind of elementary the fairness, elementary justice to refrain ourselves from deciding what the future generation should decide. It's the that was last thing we should do. I mean, we have failed over all the things we could, but well, to give the young people base to pay, bills to pay in the future, there's nothing like that. So, if we don't refrain from doing so, we'll have a worse world to live in ourselves. So, if not decency, then the instinct of survival should tell us that we should deeply think on how to talk to young people so that we don't spoil the future world even worse.
Powstał pomysł, żeby startować.
When the idea came in Lublin, came to the surface that to start in the competition of the European Youth Capital, there was a movie made by young people, and young people had the voice, and they told us, well, it's cool that we've got football pitches, good roads, infrastructure, and so on. What was missing in this picture is us, really. So, mind you, there was a positive feedback from the young people in terms of appreciation of the hardware, but there was also a clear signal that they wanted to participate, to co-decide, to co-create, and as we know, this inclusivity experience is very positive for young people. In the times when we remember, before the transformations, 5 years earlier, Professor Regulski, Andrzej Janowski, and other people were actually planning the would-be events, the necessary reforms, if it were to turn out that we had an opportunity to put these reforms in place. For instance, in the educational system, in the local government system, and so on. So, people were jailed, actually, but, kept thinking about the future, about the tomorrow. And do we have any efforts now to think about the future? Is there anything idea on what we should do after the 15th of October? Any changes that are necessary, whether legislative or other? So, as I mentioned before, I've been very active since 2019 in our foundation. We've been meeting with young people to talk about their views on the basic problems. So we know there's the differences in priorities. For instance, climate change and in the environment. Although it's not that simple. Perhaps young activists have these views and not the mass of the young people. There's a structural deficit, I would say. But those who are informed, who are aware, who are conscious about, can set priorities, and they are not always in line with our priorities. So it's good to confront the two. So if we tell them that to return to the rule of law is key, then they tell us, let's start with the school. So let's make the school observe the regulations. Let's have the first body of the local government, that is, students or pupils. The government. So they want us to deliver on that. So I think it would be a good start. Now, as far as the systemic solution goes, after last Saturday, and and the reminder of that we live in a dangerous world. Well, I think that Ukraine is a good place to learn from. We mentioned, cemeteries, the most tragic aspects of the current developments. Well, I have visited Vishhorod, Lviv. So not only young people are there, and 50-year-olds that take part in this high-tech war. I mean, today's war requires competence and not just a mass of people, in the trenches. And 50-year-olds can go the front lines, just like 20 years olds. And the same situation is with in the state government. Valerie can be very successful on the front line in the military battle, but this success wouldn't have been possible without Sergei. There is high-tech specialist supporting that. So to understand that this is a synergy between the two groups, as Konstantin said, that we all have some specific expertise, some knowledge that when combined can give us a success. As we know, they have provided for a state resilience system. Resilience is the key word. Without resilience, look at Israel now. Israel was not resilient on that tragic Saturday. Ukraine, was actually able to absorb the shock of the 24th of February, 2022, because they had the local resources. They have, the kind of local militias. They have volunteers to stop the Russian army, the invasion lines, and so on. So this way of thinking is necessary. I mean, we need to shift from what the current government proposes, that is centralized administration with the single source of the wisdom and knowledge, to what we had in mind before the transformation, that is decentralization, and I would say even perhaps dispersion of the knowledge, tapping into the competences of the young generation in terms of new technologies and so on. So this is the mechanism of mutual learning, from each other, from the history, from the newest history, from the course of events that we cannot anticipate, but for which we can prepare by being resilient. Well, resilience is key. I agree. We had a social assistance committee operating in Lublin, and it was an extremely interesting experience in terms of support to refugees. We knew the wave was coming. Within 5 hours of the first bombings, there's a group of people at different age. We have Mrs. Director with us, we had volunteers, 19-year-olds, we have heads of departments from the city council, representatives of NGOs, a diversity of environments. And they sat together to solve the problems that they wouldn't have been able to solve on their own. So this experience of mutual respect and listening to each other, and forgetting who we represent. Suddenly it appeared that it's much easier for such a group of people, such a team, to attract hundreds of volunteers to help us, to help the refugees. On the other hand, young people learned that only the city council can make certain decisions to streamline that assistance effort, and so on. So since then, they have organized monthly meetings to discuss such initiatives, such efforts. Now, you mentioned our children, grandchildren. I remember, a chat with my 4-year-old granddaughter just after the outbreak of the war, and we were, walking the streets in Lublin. And she was aware that the war had broken out. And we were thinking, what we should tell her. Seeing all the, crowds of people, flags, Ukrainian flags waving here and there, being aware that the world was, was about to change, not only in Lviv, but in Lublin as well. So, of course, those anecdotes, our chats with grandchildren, it's our boomers' way to talk about young people, I think. But just, my youngest son, when he asked me, when 5-year-old, when he asked me if that was true, that God had created the world, and so I said yes. So he asked me, so why are we to be expected to fix it? Well, so how to fix it? We should be aware that God created the world in partnership with us. That to fix the world is our joint task. So, just to answer your question, the first and foremost, what we cannot do when chatting, when talking to young people or to our children or grandchildren, is that we mustn't lie. Well, mind you, it's really a difficult question how to, convey those truths that are so cruel. Well, but it's really unacceptable that even in difficult times to tell young people, to tell your children, well, everything is okay, your daddy will be here to defend you. Well, it's totally, utterly unallowable. I mean, I have an anecdote. A friend of mine, walked the street with a 7-year-old son. These were times when, with all those graffitis, with David Starr on the gallows. The child stopped, at sight of such a graffiti and asked, "Does it mean that we are going to gallows?" So there's no avoidance technique to be used in such situations. You need to tell the child, yes, there are people who would be willing to get you to the gallows. But there are more people, there are more numerous people who would be able to defend you. And this is how the world works. Mind you, your children must have seen a lot of those clips filmed by Hamas militants with atrocities committed in Israel. So when the son asks a mom on watching such clips, are they going to kill us? And the mom says, well, they told us they would not. So, well, mind you, we simply can't take responsibility for all the world. We can't take responsibility for how the world reacts. We should be describing the world in truthful terms. We should be able to show our children where the beautiful things are in the world, but we must not hide from our children that limited trust principle should be used versus the inimical world. And if we were to rear our children in the conviction that the evil belongs to the past and the good is for the future, well, it will be to their detriment, really. All right, so to be aware, to know, then to make some space for them, and third thing, to believe that we can be together. This would be my conclusion from this discussion. I would like to thank Edwin Bendik and Konstanty Gebert. Thank you for being with us. We have a place where young people for 3 days will be answering the question how to do it. They will be putting forward specific suggestions and proposals. Thank you very much again for being with us. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. We'll now break for coffee, and after the break, we'll have a panel discussion on the situation of young migrants. I would also remind you that there are workshop sessions on the first and second floor. And let me just give you two accompanying events. 4 p.m. Konstanty Gebert authorship the meeting, and tomorrow Haitamaki band concert. I would like to invite all of you to these two auxiliary events. Thank you.
Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Na kongresie
And I'd like to welcome back to the Congress. And I'm glad to see so many of you with us. We will be talking about about young migrants and the potential as well as exclusion. We'll be talking with Anna Gmiterek-Zabłocka and Włos. She is a journalist of the Radio Talk FM, and we've got the PhD Maciej Duszczyk, the professor of the University, Warsaw University. Professor? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking about the young in the context of the migration policies in different parts of the world. And I've been reading about young people who decide to leave their countries, and it's their decision. But we also have war in the Ukraine. We have had COVID. There are other wars going on in the other parts of the world. Can such a decision be actually made by them, or is it the life that makes this decision for them? When we look at migration from a global perspective, then we can see that many people prepare to leave because with access to internet, we can prepare and we can see what may await us at our destination. However, let me start by a short observation made on the basis of migration studies. We as Homo sapiens are not mobile in the sense that we do not like migrate. There must be a factor, a reason for us to go somewhere, to move to a different city, to a different country, where we want to stay for a short time or the whole life. Yes, according to the proverb, home sweet home. Well, yes, there are many reasons for people to leave. And if there is something that pushes us out, then we might think about preparing in advance. However, war is not such a thing. War is something you cannot prepare for. The second stage of the war in Ukraine was an event that majority of people were not prepared for. The tanks that moved towards Kiev or Odessa, the missiles that were hitting everywhere, they made people leave. When we talked to young people, mainly women, because that's the particular character of this migration, when we asked them why they left, they mentioned war as the key element. But the second most important thing was fear. Majority of them, when they went to sleep on the 23rd, they did not know that on waking up they would want to leave. There were many people who were totally unprepared. They just had a plastic bag or two, and that was all the belongings they left for Poland and then further on. People leave for different reasons, very often, most often, driven by curiosity. We want to see different places, especially the young. Oh yes, especially the young, but not only. The curiosity-driven trips are actually common among older people too. However, young people are ready to accept certain living conditions that older people are not necessarily happy about. You know, young people live on Erasmus, on summer trips. So in the 21st century, we can see that it is very easy to migrate, to travel, because first of all, we know what it's like, where we are going to go. And the 19th and the 20th, beginning of the 20th century, people didn't know what was somewhere there, further than just one mountain ahead. But now, with the internet, we can check. When we look at the migration from Africa, we can see that they already know where they're going. They know what awaits them, and they get prepared for it. They've got internet even in different strange parts of the world. The second factor is the means of travel. I remember that one of my students, she wrote her thesis on the trips made in the 16th, 17th century. But when people left back then, they would leave for years. Today, it's in a nick of time you fly to different parts of the world. And the third reason is openness. There is much greater openness than 150 years ago. Poland is a very multinational. Very often, what brought other people to Poland in the past were conflicts or war, but now people immigrate for different reasons to Poland. But I would like to underline, we do not want to migrate, we as a species. The three factors you mentioned is one thing. Another thing is the war. But also there is climate changes, there is hunger. So what can you tell us about that, Professor? We know that people in Africa get ready to go to Western Europe or to cross Polish-Belarusian border and come to Poland. Climate change is not the primary cause of migration. The consequences of climate change cause migration. If there is less space, so if you cannot farm the land, if you cannot breed the animals, then you migrate. I love listening to politicians in Poland and abroad. And I hear, these people, they are, boarding the boats and they just, appear on Lampedusa coastline or on Polish-Belarusian border. I read a message from a volunteer who is in the Polish-Belarusian border, and she said today, the first time, it's the first day when the temperature dropped below zero, and there are people in the forest. Those people, they usually took the decision to emigrate. If you look at the people immigrating from the Ivory Coast or Senegal, they move by steps. They move, let's say, 100 or 150 kilometers, collect money, gather money, and then they make another step or another leap. They move further away. And once the expectations, which are not very high, are met, they stay at a particular place that they are in. They would not get to Kos or Lesbos or the Polish-Belarusian border. But if there is no alternative, they just move further. Sometimes those migrations are years long. This migration path, divided into phases, is long. It's a gigantic dilemma. Will the climate change consequences be so fast as to cause a migration wave that nothing will be able to stop or not? Will there be processes in Africa that will mitigate the migration? We don't know that yet.
Wiemy go, jak go opisać, ale nie wiemy, jaka będzie ostatecznie reakcja.
We know the challenge. The climate changes are faster than we expected. And if this pace will be so fast, we will not be able to stop them. We will not be able to reverse them, that's for sure. But perhaps we will be able to somehow adapt. And I don't want to even think about the kind of solutions we might have to come up with. I met students from a Warsaw school recently, and we talked in the context of the Agnieszka Holland's film, The Green Border, and we talked about migration. Young people asked about the Polish-Belarusian border. When they look at what happened at Polish-Ukrainian border, where the refugees just flocked in without any problem, and they ask, why do the people staying in those Belarusian forests cannot cross the border with their passports in their hands? I can't give you an answer to that, I'm afraid. I think, as Konstanty Gebert has said, one thing is that we cannot be deceived. Sometimes I feel lost. I've been dealing with this topic for 30 years, and yet there is still a lot to learn. Sometimes I get lost, sometimes I forget. I learn a lot from my students, and I try to look from the Z perspective, the Z generation perspective. Not sure whether I'm Z or Y generation, but there are some legal regulations on the. Well, yes, Anna, but I will not say that the migrants are not used by rogues. I think Lukashenko is a rogue because Lukashenko brings those people and tells them that behind the border there is Germany. That's what Lukashenko says. Lukashenko is a beast. I mean, but he is a beast because if he brings into Belarus women with children and treats them as a weapon against Polish society or Ukrainian society, I will not be politically correct here. You have to name the things as they are. So he is a beast. And we cannot respond in the very same way. there are like double standards and somehow double standards of treatment of those people. Angela Merkel, who said in 2015 we can accept everyone, is not a solution. It's a lie. We cannot accept everyone, all migrants.
Hejt łącznie ze zdaniem rosyjską, wtedy kiedy powiedziałem,
When I said Poland can responsibly take in 800,000 Ukrainian refugees and do it in a responsible way, meaning providing healthcare, education, access to job market. That's what I understand by responsible. Can we give drink and food to 5 million refugees? Yes, but we cannot assure education and healthcare for 5 million. We need to have room for those kids in the school system. People asked me, how many people can we accept? And I said, it's not the question of how many, but how many in a responsible way. That's why we needed the directive of temporary protection so that the people can go to France, to Germany, to the Netherlands, to Spain, so that we could share this challenge. It was not a problem, it was a challenge. In Poland, currently we have 950,000 Ukrainian refugees living in Poland. But not all of the kids, Ukrainian kids, attend Polish schools. Some are still in the Ukrainian online system, and some are not in schools at all. Exactly. So, as Konstanty Gebert has said, we need to be true. We've got a gigantic humanitarian crisis in the Polish-Belarusian border, but it is not caused by Poland. It's caused by the beast, Lukashenko, who is a beast and who wants to destroy us. Just like Russians, or perhaps not Russians, but Putin wants to destroy Ukraine. Putin and his henchmen wants to destroy Ukraine. Gazeta Prawna published certain study results. 76% of polls says that today's support for the Ukrainians is sufficient. And that's what Polish people believe, and it's good. It's not like people on one hand say, oh, we should give far more, and others say, no, we are not giving enough. It's a very good piece of information, and it cannot be used as an argument in the election time. Today, an ordinary poll
Niemiec, Francuz, Ukrainiec, Norweg.
As German, Norwegian, Swedish person, everybody would say, yes, I can accept a Ukrainian at my home, but not a person from Afghanistan. That's because we are shaped this way. When I can see two pictures, one, a border guard, Polish border guard, who is bringing a child from Ukraine to Poland in his arms, and everybody is saying bravo. And on the Polish-Belarusian border, the same, let's say, border guards, they have to push the children out from Poland, or push out the children who are forced from Belarus into Poland.
W jaki sposób my wrócimy do...
I wonder how we can discuss about migration
jakieś wizy, jakieś
if we do not treat migrants as human beings. We need to change that. We have to reverse the process of dehumanization.
To są ludzie.
People are not numbers. People with needs, with dignity. Yes, dignity. and they are manipulated and used to destabilize another country. I went to the Batory Foundation event, and Anna Machińska, and you also, you tried to answer the question, if the reality in Poland changes after the elections, I hope it will change, what will be the discourse regarding migration? What will change? At the beginning, not much, I think, because the fence will stay there, and the fence will be even tighter. Not in a primitive way. It has to be tighter to prevent the smugglers of people. Because we have got a problem of human trafficking. I said at the beginning, the Ukrainian refugees cannot be pushed out of Ukraine through the green border. They have to cross legally the border. Everybody has to go to a border crossing, even if they did not have documents, because that prevents human trafficking. That's why on the very second day of the war, there was already a group who tried to recruit Ukrainian women at the border. They were trying to, lure the women in and use them for human trafficking. And I talked about it. The fence will remain on the Polish-Belarusian border until Belarus changes as a country and stops using people as a weapon. I hope that it will be more humanitarian treatment, though, when the opposition comes to power. We will see what it means, but there will be a change. The safety of our border does not mean lack of humanitarian approach, but we have to define what does it mean. How can we act? Can we actually deport those people after we check their identities? So I don't know.
Gdybyśmy mogli wiedzieć więcej, wtedy moglibyśmy pewnie coś bardziej mądrego.
We could propose something if we knew more. But I must say that 2 million of Ukrainian citizens who live in Poland, they probably
rozważamy zostanie.
Stay with us. And that's what the big panel research has revealed. I'm going to go to Kiev and talk about it. Staying in Poland does not mean severing the ties with Ukraine. For example, Poles who emigrated to UK, they left the families at home in Poland. So we might have a situation in which women with children who came to Poland, then the men joined them, then actually, there may be a reverse process. They might come back to Ukraine and to work there, but live in Poland. So like the family would be in Poland. For example, there would be like the ones who, like in Bakhmut, they are there, but the family lives in Poland. There will be that kind of a conflict, though, and we have to be able to manage that. The situation in which some of those people partially, they will be working in Ukraine, living in Poland. After some time, they might actually move to Ukraine. as a reception country, we performed really, really well.
Konstanty Gebert also said that we boast our victories. Well, I like very much when Ambassador Brzezinski says that a humanitarian superpower. But I also know that there was a kind of out of Polish hearts that we could do that. Now it's the time that will be verified. I mean, we'll see how many Ukrainian children will not be excluded from the Polish society, from schools, from education, just like Polish children were excluded in the United Kingdom or elsewhere in Western Europe when the parents migrated. We need to have the answers to the questions about the labor market, about the educational system, and again about integration of the 400,000 the Ukrainian children who can decide whether to stay in Poland or return to Ukraine. Of course, that's choice. That's their choice. But we need, as Poland, to provide them with proper conditions to make this choice in a humanitarian way. So and again, another thing is the Polish-Belarusian border problem. I can't offer you any specific solutions, but there are some which we can follow for the Ukraine in full awareness that it's a long-term the effort that Ukraine is going to have. Well. As to the situation on the 15th of October, well, we can expect to be wiser and more responsible. Perhaps it may appear after the 15th of October that we can be open about the fact that Poland is a multicultural country. So far, the government has opposed that view. They are trying to convince us this is not the fact. However, what we can see in our cities, in our towns, in our the streets, there are a lot of foreigners living with us, working with us. Well, that's true. Well, but on the other hand, what research shows about Polish youth, well, the Polish youth actually accepts cultural diversity, but don't want to work in culturally diverse environment. The point is that they have seen a lot of situations like the melting pots, when traveling abroad, when working abroad, and they tell us that they don't want to have something like that in their own country. So we can't be wiser than them. I mean, the youth communicates, their opinions to us. Well, they are quite successful in coping in the multicultural environments. Well, some do, some don't. So there's no single solution to that. If we've got the feedback that they don't want to have this in their own country, well, we simply can't deny that. And there's no one-size-fits-all the solution. Well, no, it's not the case. We have a huge diversity among people. Edwin Bendig said that the youth would vote for the left-wing parties, but also its confederation as well. The far right, the party, well, kind of with mixed the worldviews, either conservative and libertarian. There are parties like that in every country in Europe. So when I have a look at the surveys in secondary schools, the secondary schools, mind you, a huge share of the youth would vote for confederation. So if we simply can't get down to the reasons why they would choose confederation over anyone else, we would not be successful in whatever we set out to do in the future. But mind you, let's be honest, let's be open. part of this youth, actually are convinced by some, stereotypical messages from mass communication. So if the narratives change after the government changes, if we have a different story about migrations, about refugees, perhaps, the statistical data can change as well. Well, you are right to some extent, although my impression is, and I don't know if Krzysztof can confirm that or others can confirm that, that once we joined NATO, the European Union, and Schengen, the area, we conclude there's no more history, that everything will be okay. In 2015, we suddenly woke up with the narrative we couldn't believe. With spots and clips showing cars on fire in Paris, telling us that we would have the same in a very short time. So we simply cannot allow anything like that in the coming elections. I mean, we need to recognize, to discern certain processes. If we simply, if we can't do, if we fail to, if we then fail to adapt to the mentality, if we fail to respond to the fears in the society, among the youth, then we will fail again in the coming elections within 3 or 4 years. Well, the youth tells us, we want openness. We want to travel around the world. We want to have, we want to continue to have the opportunities that we do now. Well, it's an old rule. It's an old saying by the famous Polish author Henryk Sienkiewicz. If I have a right, then it's good for me to have a right. If I am to give someone else the right, well, perhaps it's not quite so welcome. And this is also true about the Polish society. Mind you, now we are struggling with Schengen free movement of the people, but still, okay, we can only use the ID to travel around Europe, but we deny this opportunity to many other nations. So now we have closed ourselves in the circle. Now, are Bulgarians or Romanians, worse prepared to join Schengen than Poland was back in 2007? Definitely not. Perhaps they are better prepared. But okay, Poland actually joined, and Bulgaria and Romania will need to wait for a long time because the Dutch now suddenly think they would be a threat to the European Union. So this is incomprehensible, and this is the world that we need to live in. So I think to myself, in the context of the political struggle here, well, it's inevitable that we'll need to change the narratives about migration, about migrants, because otherwise we'll be stuck. I mean, our efforts will grind to a halt. Well, I don't know really. So I would like to say that you're right. Well, I'm teasing you a bit. Well, I know you're teasing me. We've known each other for a long time, and we've had many discussions. So I'm aware of that. But of course, I would like the narratives to change. But again, if we simply if we won't be able to get down to the realities, the change of narratives will be futile. Mind you, when I start a course with my the students, I need to spend a couple of classes to convince them that I will not criticize them without any reason, so that we can have free discussions, so that they learn to accept what others say. But mind you, if there's too much freedom, I mean, if they can shout at me, then there's an unequal fight. I mean, I'm alone, and there are groups of 30 people. But again, I need to convince them first that they can argue with me, that they can present their views freely. Or that they cannot, that they don't have to, devise what I would like to hear, or create, deceitful narratives to get better scores, for instance. So last year I did something that, that was shocking to my friends and to my colleagues. I said that I wouldn't, fight against ChatGPT. I need to adapt to ChatGPT because ChatGPT is the reality of young people. And if I start fighting against reality, then I'm a loser, at the outset.
I komentuje.
Then we have, Q&A sessions twice per class, I told my students to use Google, ChatGPT, Internet. I'm not interested in that. What I would like to have is your piece written, and well, I could tell the difference. Between ChatGPT authored work and students' personal work, because simply I could pose false questions. When I talk to my students, they tell me that ChatGPT actually has learned how to respond to false questions, and this is precisely the situation with the migrations. And sorry about venturing into ChatGPT and artificial intelligence. It's the same situation. If we cannot pinpoint the migration changes and migration-related changes, which are very fast, then we won't be able to adapt ourselves to the changing situation. We won't be able to propose any solutions, if only change in rhetorics. If we cannot discern the differences between solutions that we are using, then we will fail. And sorry once again for referring to the previous panel discussion. It was very good in my opinion, but my impression is that as regards the consequences of what happened to the participants of the rock festival at the border, mind you, a Pole, Americans, Germans, Dutch were killed there. And as Konstanty Gebert said, it was young people that murdered young people. The point is that those killed were a diverse group, and the killers were a kind of homogeneous group. So can we adapt ourselves, our views? Can we provide an ability in ourselves to talk about these things? I mean, we need to learn our lessons very, very fast. How to talk about that, because I don't know how to cope with that. This kind of stereotypical element, which is also always false, can emerge in our heads, in our minds, where we judge, whole societies by actions of a single group, which for societies which are well educated like ours, should never happen. But still, I don't know if this won't be a case, because, we have a fact, we need to deal with it. But on the other hand, we have a difficult situation in Polish schools, and now we've got the opportunity to discuss, to debate migration and migrants. The NGOs are forbidden to come to schools with such conversation, with such presentations. But Professor, let me touch on refugee youth from the Ukraine now struggling to integrate in Poland. And we had a piece in our newspapers about students from Ukraine that actually attend or don't attend school. You said there were 400,000 people, with less than a half attending Polish schools. The other half is absent from Polish schools. As NGOs tell us, part of the youth is simply out of the system, not registered anywhere. But when I spoke to those young people, and referring to the European teachers are kind of conceited that they are, traditionally closed in their own circles, and they would not go out and reach out to the young students. Well, what I heard from those young people is that they were actually happy about Polish teachers' openness, approachability, that there's no distance as they used to. They were used to in Ukraine. So I would ask you how successful our state administration has been in terms of the acceptance of Ukrainian students into the Polish educational system. Are these students, are these pupils able to cope, and are they willing to continue learning? Let me tell you this. We've got a very good institution of the Civic Education Center that actually runs research and a service regularly. And perhaps it's quite obvious, but in the first years, the integration of Ukrainian youth is very good. Then, in the next years, the problems start to appear in the secondary schools. They are struggling, and in the secondary schools, it's only 20% of the students from Ukraine that attend any school. So it's a challenge, and I have been open about that. And so absolutely, it's my hope that after the 15th of October, there will be a Minister of Education that changes the Ukrainian youth policy completely. And there are a couple of good solutions without any, violence component. No violence component is ever acceptable. The simplest solution available, that actually I proposed in March 2022, is a kind of bilateral agreement between ministries of education in Poland and Ukraine to monitor compliance with mandatory school attendance among Ukrainian students and pupils in Poland, so that we, as a state administration, have the opportunity, have the tools to monitor the school attendance. And my suggestion was that cities create special classes with auxiliary Ukrainian the teachers with communication systems for mixed education, online and offline. Just to enable the parents, the mothers, to earn their livings, and to get Ukrainian children to a kind of distance learning center, so that they don't stay at home connecting to Ukrainian classes. Mind you, it's definitely a better situation for that. And so I imagine that a couple of cities have done that, but the state administration has failed in monitoring compliance with mandatory education. If we had this monitoring, then we could have precise data when we could track, educational attainment, where we could track cooperation between schools, where we could track, the exclusion data for Ukrainian students. Now the situation is that large part of Ukrainian pupils is out of the system, so it's invisible migration. Those people are here among us. We know that they are here, but we don't know anything about what they do, what is going on with them. So it's a huge challenge that we need to take on, that we need to meet. And I'm really furious about the fact that we know what to do, and that the solutions are quite affordable and cost-effective. With the money from UNICEF, are spent quite well, but then are spent bad as well. So a lot of things could be done, really. And migration science is not a rocket science. It's not a quantum physics. It's a kind of it's based on logical observation of social responses, and and trying to predict how people will live and operate and function in a society. So it's not about inventing a COVID vaccine. It's something that can be anticipated and can be managed. It's about human emotions that we have known since the first Greek philosophers. So what's absolutely key is manage the educational system. Is absolutely the first thing, the first priority to be taken on the 16th of October. The presence of refugees or Ukrainians in Poland. Then the first grant for kind of integrative projects or projects for cooperation between the border guard and migrants trying to come from Belarus, so that we can have a kind of tripartite the committee. In this way, we can avoid many risks. As to education, the government says that it has coped. Well, but they are boasting about the Vistula River dam. So anyone who is even not interested or specialist in the migrations could have anticipated that there would be hate speech against the young people from Ukraine. It's frequently a reason for them to leave the classes at Polish schools. Have we taken any action to counteract it? And my viewpoint is perhaps a bit controversial again. When I speak about climate change, well, I listen to the climate scientists, and as for the hate speech and the omnipresence of the internet. Well, we simply need to adapt. I mean, we have crossed the Rubicon. I mean, we will not get back to times when there was no hate speech. Or the return to those times will be, very, very hard. Of course, it's a matter of a kind of elementary decency and, good behavior. But the anonymity and all those opportunities that the internet gives us, well, makes it, we have crossed the point of no return. I mean, hate will be always there with us, and I don't see any ways to eliminate it. Well, my question is, perhaps we could have taken some action earlier. Some mechanisms could have been expected, could have been anticipated. Well, experts tell me that, they knew about that, from the very beginning of the outbreak of the war. But mind you, Konstantin Gebert mentioned that. Now it takes only a tweet, a post on the Instagram or Facebook, and it's quite easy for young people to to shout out what they think. So, of course, not much has changed. Really, the means of communication have changed. So, what we should do perhaps is to set ourselves a kind of limit, not to be cross. Well, but the limit, the horizon, just kind of moves away. That's right, and.
Mówili o tym, że hejt, dyskusje.
The point is that discussion in the internet or hate speech or disliking each other is indecent or is unacceptable. Well, then we won't be able to live together. The social theory gives one key principle that must be understood to study the social sciences. Well, today my children accept what was unacceptable to me, and my parents actually accept what is unacceptable to myself. So this is how we change. After the women's rights movements emerged, after there was a huge movement of people from the countryside to the cities and so on. This is the point. Mind you, to my parents, women's rights was not an obvious question to pose. So, and it's natural to me and to my children. Mind you, language changes as well, and narratives change. Well, yesterday we had a chat with my children on the situation in Israel, and Pandora Gate in Poland. But disgusting the thing about the sexual harassment of young girls by famous YouTube celebrities, and my children told us, well, yes, we have known about that. I mean, we simply reject that. I mean, we deny access to of this content to ourselves, but. Well, we know, we are aware of that. We don't take part in that, we don't accept that, but we know that it's going on. And this is the barrier that we have. This must be forced down to the roots, because if we fail to, perhaps it would be too late for us to respond to anything else. So it's in such cases, this is where a strong state administration comes in, and Ministry of Justice, Minister Ziobro gets in. But I don't see anything happening.
Dobrze, panie profesor.
Professor, so just referring to what you have just said. Well, I have a son, 22 years old. And actually, he told me about that controversy. Well, it's hugely discussed by young people today. And I must tell you that my son was actually shocked, even if he knew the celebrities. Just to be clear, my children are also shocked because one of the YouTube celebrities, and I asked them, one of the guys is the one you recommended to me some time ago. Yes, but we didn't know what he was doing. The point is that we simply don't know what's going on in their world, and if you don't know what Pandora Gate is, perhaps you should learn from our newspapers as well. So back to where we begin. Young people, get themselves prepared to live in another country, in another hemisphere. You have completed the research on a young community of medical students, and there's a growing community of medical students in Poland, and what are the outcomes of the research of the service? Could you tell us about that? The Z generation. We weren't sure about the responses, in the survey when we actually formulated the questions. So, earnings or the salaries would be the top priority. But no, it's actually a political and social situation in Poland, regardless of the political views. Of course, they are, well educated, they are open-minded, and so on. And I would venture to say that they would support the current opposition on the political scene today, but not all of them. But again, the major point for concern was the political and social the situation. So I told them, mind you would go to Germany, and the situation is the same in there. So they simply don't want to get involved to deal with that. So what they also cared about was the no response to the hate speech, especially in the times of the pandemics, and the abortion rights was the third priority, and especially young women. They want to be gynecologists, but they don't want to live in an oppressive state. And salaries were only on the in the fourth place among the top priorities. So their response was, it's 3 times 8. That is, 8 hours work, 8 hours leisure, and 8 hours sleep, and that's it. We don't want to work 2 jobs. We don't want to spend too much time at work, and a lot of them want to leave Poland. And just to conclude with one sentence. Let me be truistic. Young people are absolutely free to decide where they want to live. They have the opportunity to decide their place of living, wherever they want. But the point is that a child living is a trauma to parents. It's an element of failure on the part of the parents. The parents would accuse themselves, would blame themselves for their child leaving. This is the situation, whatever you may think. Today, students' children going abroad cause a huge trauma to the parents, and there is an element of breaking up the ties, breaking up the contacts. And this is a huge change in the society that we are observing now. So I would like to ask you, if you decide to leave, please stay in contact with the older generations. Thank you very much, Maciej Duszczyk. Professor Maciej Duszczyk was your guest. And Anna Gmiterek-Zabłocka was moderating this discussion. Thank you very much. In a while, we'll break for coffee. And you can have informal networking and partners forum, organize as a side event at this Cross-Border Cooperation Congress. You can share your experience, you can share your views, you can learn about international partners that are looking around for joint projects, so it's a good place to network with both representatives of young and old generations. There are some free places for study visits. It's the last opportunity for you to sign up, for instance, to visit a Hay venue. You can have the full list at the reception desk. Why don't you register in the coffee break, and then we'll have another panel discussion, XYZ generation.
Zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023 Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Witamy.
Welcome back.
I będziemy...
And I would like to announce another topic of today's Congress, the young and the job market, the Generation X, Y, and Z on the job market. We'll talk about the young, how to adjust the market to the requirements, but also to Stanis Polina Zec, director of OGCC. We also have Olga Gomeniuk, People and Culture Management, Public Resources. And we also have Marek Golan, the CEO of Electronics, Software House Doctronic. Also have Maciej Dudkowski, the manager of PricewaterhouseCoopers Polska. We also have the co-founder and the management board member of Tutlo, and the co-founder of Startup Academy Polska, Tomasz Siemłecki. We have Dr. Amir Sagan, the director of the Department of Strategy and Entrepreneurship of the City Hall of Lublin. I'd like to welcome all of you, great managers. And I'd like to talk about the top challenge today, namely how to manage young people in our organizations. People from different generations, Z, Y, Z, and Alpha, that is soon to enter the job market. Not sure whether we will be able to talk about their values, as it was discussed during previous panels. And also, I'd like to have a technocratic perspective. How management of different age groups can affect the efficacy of organizations' management. Can you manage organization without managing the generations? And this is something I would like to ask you about. So starting with the belonging to particular generation, I'm not from the old fogey generation. I'm from the X, let's say, generation. I can see young people, probably Y and millennials. So I can see that you are a bit closer age-wise to your employees, because the people that work in your organizations are young, are very young. People that constitute a major part of your human resources, because you represent big international corporations with branches in Poland and regions. Over 1,000 people that work in your branches here in Lublin. So it's a question of how to manage young people. My first question, do you like risk? You as manager? Yes, I do. Yes, although I like being in control. Me too, provided I can analyze it very well. I agree to that. Do you like risk, Olga? Can you not like the risk? How about the Z generation? Do they like taking risks? When you look at the manuals regarding the Z generation, there's a lot being said about stabilization and anxiety about taking risk, entering old mechanism. What would you say? Is it the truth? Yes, it can be. And also, the Z generation appreciates support of people with experience, with knowledge, and they seek advice. Those people, the young people, they come to organizations to learn how to take risk, because if they are assisted in taking the risk, and it is okay to make a mistake, and it's okay if you do not perform in a perfect way, then they can somehow learn how to tolerate the risk.
No risk, no fun. To jest coś, co...
Definitely, no risk, no fun. This is also one of the mottos of the Z generation. But when you look at the Z generation, from my point of view, it's the one that is not afraid of taking decision, that is changing the point of view, and they like changes generally. So, well, stability that you have mentioned, yes, for some. But if the stability is there for too long, it's not satisfactory. And for the Z generation, it's crucial to develop the hobby horses, the leisure activities. Apart from work, they care for what they do in their free time, and there is always risk and the possibilities to fail. Okay, I'm a bit surprised. Mark, how about you? Oh, I agree with what I have heard so far. I mean, I would ask a question of what is the risk taken by Z generation? They are young people who spend approximately 1.1 year in a given job. Why? Because they adapt quickly to a new working environment. Hence, will they take the risk to grow? Especially if they do not have a mortgage yet? Yes. Should they take the risk? Yes. I believe so. It's a cool opportunity for them to grow. But I would also underline that this risk should be balanced, especially now when the job market has changed. Yeah, it should, but it is very rarely balanced. I agree. The question is how we define the risk. It's a bit different for X generation and for Z generation, because the Z generation, they have grown up in a welfare society. They knew that the market is the market that is ruled by the employee. It's the employee that dictates the conditions. So if they do not like the job, if it does not meet their expectations, they can switch to another. So the shift in the job market, has been this way, but it might come back to being the job market of the employer. I would say Z generation likes changes. Changes mean risk. They are very creative. They know how to manage risk. And as my fourth speaker said, it's a different kind of risk, and it's a different value for us. A risk, it's some kind of like a big investment for them. Risk means, for example, leaving their comfort zone. But, still they like changing. And changeability is something they are accustomed to, and we need to give them the opportunities to change. Okay, so that's one point on our recipe. So, a risk is not a challenge to you. You know how to manage it among your employees and to strengthen the willingness to take on risk. How about another feature of that generation, namely low acceptance of criticism? The generation does not like being criticized. They feel uncomfortable about it. They don't know how to talk about it. And very often this criticism causes stress, frustration, or even depression. Can you see that in Mangyoran, please? Perhaps I'll start. Yes. The risk, well, the criticism is something you need to think over. You have to know when and how to criticize. So does it mean you wait for a month before you can criticize someone? Well, no, but a good manager can see whether this is the right environment for feedback. Exactly. For me, there is a difference between criticism and feedback. I do not like criticism, but I like feedback that is reliable and given at the right time. Yes, this is something I crave for. So it's not criticism, it's a feedback that is based on arguments. If we've got arguments, examples, if we show how something can be done differently, every feedback, every piece of information given in a feedback will be welcome. Of course, people need to have the time to think this feedback over. Very often they come back and they say, thank you for your feedback, because in this way I can learn for the future. I entirely agree with my four speakers. Feedback, you have to give it quite frequently. And the people we manage, we cooperate with, I talk about the Z generation, we need to talk. And we need to decide the frequency with which we will be providing the feedback. Then it makes sense. Of course, it's different people, different personalities, but if we set up the rules from the very beginning, it is easier to come to an agreement. Yes, I agree. Many people from that generation, they are very verbal. They tell about their expectations in a loud voice, and they want to hear in an open way what is expected of them and how they are accounted for their job. Some may treat this kind of attitude as arrogant, but if we look at it from the point of view of feedback, then it is far more efficient. How about IT? What is IT like? Yeah, IT is different. Well, it is controversial sometimes. And very often the people, if you hurt them, they just go to another company, and so long. Hence, we need to be very cautious. With the X generation, it was just like someone told them, this is okay, this is not okay, they adopted it. But with Z generation, they try to undermine the authority of the person who is telling them or evaluating them. I know it's a bit a colloquial approach, but a good manager needs to build the authority, because otherwise it is being questioned. So it's up to managers to convince the young people to be perceived as reliable, Because of that, the young people, they build the trust and sort of stay in the work longer, and they are more willing to follow the evaluations. I think the situation has changed. We employ quite a lot of Z generations, and the definition of authority includes the attitude of this person. It's not the knowledge. It's important who the person is, how they build the relation. And this is actually far more important than just knowledge. So the values are important. Oh yes, definitely. We need to refer to the values because this is a tendency that is growing. Authority is an interesting thing because we have introduced a program in my organization, 5-10-15. That was the name of the program. And we were expressing our gratitude to our employees who have been with us for 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years. There was, some words of gratitude, a small gift, etc. And when I was in Łódź, and I talked to an ex-generation representative, I heard from this person that it was extremely important to get that kind of gratitude, and that someone thanked him for staying with the company for so long. And it was important, the proverbial CEO's handshake. For the Z generation, for them, the handshake of the CEO is not important. The benefits, real benefits, is what matters. So it's a different kind of authority with regard to Z generation. Okay, we'll talk about benefits in a moment. They have high expectations, but let's ask Marek about the previous question. Knowledge is a part of building authority, relations, trust. Being consistent is important. It's difficult to build this authority.
Albo lokują autorytet w niewłaściwych miejscach. Więc wydaje mi się, że ten kryzys.
I think that this crisis of authority is very, very visible. A lot of people, focus on what is on internet, but in business and in organization, it's something that you can test where you can test the authority very fast, can't you? Because if you've got like 2 floors of a given organization, and there are people working there, and you can put it to test very quickly. And also, it's a high competitiveness. If you're not competitive enough, then your competitor may actually attract your employees. Well, yes, but it is far more complicated. The difficulty in building authority stems from the fact that the young people, they have grown up in both real life and online life and virtual world. And in virtual world, you do not have all those titles, the job positions. This is more egalitarian. Hence, the Z generation people expect the managers to treat them more on a partner basis. And it is very hard just on the basis of your expertise and knowledge to build the kind of authority, and at the same time reduce the distance between yourself and the employees. And just very briefly, because we have little time, so just a statement regarding the report writing. In the past, the oldest generation employee just got the information. You need to prepare the report until the deadline. The millennials, would need to have more information on that. And now it's like we have to write down whole reasons why we need a report. The relations change, the comfort of the people. Like you need to assure your employee that it's important what you want them to do for you, and not just that you need to have it done. But why is it important to me as a manager? Because I am a good manager, or because I report to someone else and I am being told to get a report, or because I am a good and full of empathy. Well, you need to explain to them that you need to have it by Friday and not by the next Monday, and not because I just demand too much from you. It's just because we are a part of a bigger system and we all depend on one another. And you also have, like the organization, a higher level in Paris, New York, or somewhere else. So we've got authority, risk, criticism, or you call it slightly differently, not criticism, but something differently. But you definitely need a structure. And they are flat structures with regards to the Z generation. And coming back to the issue of benefits. Like a great armchair with a massage or the fruit Thursdays. Actually, not just Thursdays. There should be like fruit afternoons in the organizations. But talking about benefits, and we look at the older generation, which is more conservative. Like, for us, and we are people employed in the public service, so civil servants, if we had like a Fruit Thursday in our city hall, that would be, wow, a major event. But the expectations of the Z generation, not regarding payment only, haven't we gone too far regarding the benefits? Yeah, IT, yes, definitely. Who's got a better ping pong tennis table? Well, regarding benefits, Fruit Thursday or the table for, playing ping pong, that's one thing, but the most important thing is healthcare. So people get mature and more aware of what really matters. And it's great that it's the healthcare and not just, a better lunch or worse quality lunch. How about, a garden next to the organization, or, a wall that you can, have plants on? Yes, it is important. Yes, definitely. Young people and, modern interiors with the hammocks to lie in, a place for the dog to go out for a walk. It's important. But there is a shift. Young people like being comfortable. Yes, it's very important because young people are very aware of what is going on in the world. And their voice is being more and more heard. If you look at closing social gaps, it's important for young people. Another important issue is self-development, improving your skills and getting something from the company that will make me a better employee. We have opened a program for young leaders, and it's very popular. And this is what they wanted. It's not just that we work with them, but we can learn from them. And it is really a good idea to ask people what is important to them, what kind of benefits they crave. You can actually run a survey, a questionnaire. And if you have a project team with people of different ages, you can combine their needs. Fruit Thursdays are important for us, for example, and we've got them from time to time. But also, of course, healthcare, that's important, including mental health. And it's good to give people a choice. You can have a range of benefits that you can choose from, because the Z generation, they want to decide for themselves. They do not want the others to decide for them. So I want to decide whether I go to a cinema because, I don't know, I did something additional at work and I got a cinema ticket. Or people just want to have a day off. So it's a form of benefit, a benefit because it gives them time to pursue their hobbies. With the pandemic, we get work-home balance and home office, so hybrid kind of work. So it's one of the first questions we get. Is it possible to work in the hybrid mode? Young people want to work from home. They do not want to commute every day. Big city means a lot of traffic jams, waste of time, lack of comfort. So this is something that you should offer out. It's not a benefit. It's something, usual, ordinary, and it is even in the labor code included. So, even at the public administration employees, we've got this possibility to work in the hybrid mode.
What about PwC? It's a good brand, but good brand is not enough. You need to, to have to eat something. Where people are free to choose the benefits, of course, medical coverage. There's the co-funding for the hobbies or the fuel card or anything else. But also, what's important for the benefits for young people is a kind of reference to values, and a number of companies actually boast corporate social responsibility, but people want to see some specific actions, and PwC, people are given the option to spend 3 hours a month on volunteering. And we work with NGOs on that. It's actually some specific action is not an empty slogan that we promote, but we can offer some specific action. So what I can hear, the situation is ideal, for managing such teams. First of all, they are great people. They want to take care of themselves. They are healthy. They are open to other cultures, to diversity. And we haven't touched on that, but I'm sure you pursue this aspect as well. So, an ideal worker, an ideal workforce. So, what are the problems? What are the challenges? The volatility is the problem, I would say. The rotation, just 1 year, in a workplace on average, that's a problem. Well, the problem comes from just to give you an anecdote from the job interview. Today, there are no questions about the career path. There are questions about specific of when I jump to the next level. how long, how much, and how. And they are not not interested in what they should do to achieve that. They want to know when and how. And as to the volatility of expectations among the youth, the risk is that they are aware that they will be deprived of any opportunity to build the expertise if they leave the company. The point is that perhaps 1 year is too short a time for them to get what they want in terms of their competencies and their skills, for their own benefit. What's also a challenge to us is to what we should do to surprise them. The young generation, need challenges all the time. So, what should we do to make a kind of wow effect training sessions, or any new solutions or systems that they can use in their everyday work, but to learn as well, learn new things. This is something important for young people in the labor market. If we put in place some VR solutions, they will attract a lot of young people. So, kind of being ahead of their expectations, will help us keep them for longer. Well, while we are talking about all the benefits and the methods to retain the worker, well, the point is about funding. I mean, someone needs to pay for that. It's not that revenues will let us, to live up to expectations from the workforce. In IT, well, there's a crisis time now, and the expectations from the workforce are, continue to be high. So it's a challenge for the businesses on how to match the two. And again, in difficult times, it can exacerbate really. So now I'm frightened a bit. So it's resource management, career management, problem management. These are all the things that you have raised. The scale of these challenges is much higher than it used to be. HR. We need HR specialists, but also managers that need to be mentors, coaches, visionaries, perhaps, and how to control that, how to get a grip on all of this. What the situation is going to be within a couple of years, if this speeds up. Well, I'm an X generation myself, so I can tell you that we need to simply, get back to the roots, to get down to, to people. There used to be times where you could tell a manager by the way he or she dressed. Now the situation has changed. I'm not wearing a suit for a long time now, and I used to. So it's a truism, perhaps, that we don't have a boss. Today we have a leader that knows the problem people struggle with, knows about the private life, of the cats, of the dogs, of the grandparents, and this is the leader. So this is a challenge for us. You need to be empathetic. You need to be open to challenges. The young generation is all about diversity, and you need to have long enough, this inner strength to find a common denominator with all of them. Right. So what about men? What are we going to do about this inherent lack of empathy? So what should we do? What should we do to cope in the difficult circumstances? Maciej, do you take on such discussions, with pets, cats, dogs, grandmothers? Yes, it happens. In fact, this is the expectation from young people for managers to be closer to their teams. And when I joined PwC 10 years ago, there was a kind of a mentor position, a coach position, and I used to meet up to 4 times a year with my coach. And now I meet with my team, once a week, not less frequently than two times a week, two times a fortnight. Well, I work exclusively with with male teams, and it's a demanding situation, really. And let me tell you this. You don't need to be a boss. You need to be a leader. You need to be close to your team. And still, I would say that if you kind of cross a certain boundary and you get too close to your team, then your authority may be at risk, and you will need to struggle to reverse that. So informed decisions need to be made there. And just like your team needs to improve their skills, then continuous improvement is also a requirement for managers as well. All right, so the last question now. What are we going to have? And this is the question to any of you. What happens if the situation in the labor market changes and this generation is kind of thrown into a brutal fight for the position, for the salaries, for success, and so on, just like the rat race that we have experienced ourselves. So can they find themselves? I mean, who knows what is going to be in a couple of years? I mean, robotization, automation, wars, conflicts, struggles. Do you think they will cope when thrown in the deep water? Of course they will. It's a strong generation, and they will cope even without fruit Thursdays. I think that of course, AI and robotization is something that companies should be aware of and should be analyzing. But these technologies will never eliminate, the labor market altogether. For sure, young people should strive to build the expertise, because whatever the sector, in difficult times, experts will be valued in the market, and whatever AI can replace our workers with, and whatever repetitive tasks robots can replace our workers with, experts will always be valued. And perhaps I would encourage you to think about that, to analyze that, and perhaps requalify if necessary. So as such, I wouldn't worry about the generation. I mean, they will cope. And mind you, the young generation is not so dependent on working as such, on businesses. I mean, they are able to work on their own with their colleagues. They are able to work remotely, from anywhere in the world. So they are not attached to the workplace. So I would worry perhaps more about the previous generations, about X and Y. What would be healthy is to diversify our skills, whatever generation we are from. The diversity of talents, it will be key to success in the future, whatever the times. And now the Y generation is problematic in your opinion? What about that? Maciej, just one word to the Z generation, the last comment. I think that on one hand, the Z generation are well prepared to, to rescale or upscale in the future, because they are aware that in the future they will work in professions that are non-existent today, using tools that are non-existent today. What you can do as businesses today is to ensure them with diversity that they expect. That's give them opportunity to work with people from X and Y generations, so that they are kind of exposed to some soft skills that those generations have, acquired during their careers. So how to combine the Y and Z? How to manage the intergenerational teams? Which generation is more difficult to cope with, to manage? Can we use this word? Is it more difficult to process X or Y or Z generation representatives? So, from your experience, in terms of reaching objectives of your business, which generation is the biggest challenge? Well, in my company, in my own organization, we kind of adapt our projects to the individual skills. So even individual or specific people can work effectively in that. So when identifying talents in the team, I always match them to specific the tasks and whichever generation they are from. It doesn't matter too much. We have a diverse team with people from, all the generations, with the majority of Z generation, of course, but we complement each other. And what's key, again, is the leader that is versatile, that is universal, that is open to diversity, that accepts diversity in the broadest sense of the word. And again, this is the role of the leader, in my opinion. I will ask Paulina about the same thing, but as we have, the position of a leader on the agenda, you have Z generation leaders as well. Any challenges in their relations, towards or versus or vis-à-vis older generations? Well, contrary to what may look like, the situation is just the reverse. There are Y generation people that actually struggle being led by people from Z generation. But as Ramona said earlier about kind of combination or mixing up of the generations, any company, any business that have multi-generational teams, is a winner. It's only this diversity that pushes business forward. It lets people learn from each other, share their experience. Gather expertise. Any newcomer would want to learn from, the previous or the longer service the workers. And mind you, on the other hand, older generations, often struggle with newest technologies. So, these would complement each other. And, my idea is that to provide for diversity in the team is key to development, to growth of a business. Is this true for IT businesses as well? Because I have some doubts about mixing up or mixed generation teams in IT. Perhaps, this sector is different, it's kind of specific. It's an interesting thing to discuss. Of course, there is a difference. There are no problems with a kind of single generation IT teams. There's X generation, Y generation, and so on. And mind you, any the good IT business would provide for such communication environment to ensure good cooperation. I think that a good leader will recognize the pluses and minuses of individual team members, and if you consider that Z generation is more vulnerable to stress, and for instance, and this resistance to is higher in the Y and X generation. So it's the leader to decide what's the the proper or the optimum mix of that. And of course, we are getting older, regardless whether we are X or Z. So Z generation people will be, soon, and an X generation people. And they will manage organizations. Well, the question is how they will do it. How will they manage their businesses, the world, public institutions. So is there anything to worry about? Or perhaps the Z generation people can adapt to or will live up to their job? They will, perhaps. We still have 5 minutes, so let me ask you individually, what do you think the labor market will look like in the context of generations within a couple of years? It will be the same, really. It will continue to be the same or similar. So in 15 years, when we've got alpha generation people in the labor market, mixed up with what we have today, so, in your opinion, what's your idea for managing such labor market, within 15 years? Ramona, where would you start? Just take 1 minute to answer. Well, we always think about future in answering such questions, but if you look back, we have managed with Y and Z generation people. Well, the circle will close itself, and when we retire, new generations will come in and will step in and will manage. What's essential is, as I said before, having expertise is key. The X generation people will be experts in the subjects, and Z generation people will have diversity on the top of their agenda. So they are still, kind of experimenting. So Z generation people will be multi-experts, or what's your opinion? Well, as of today, they will be kind of multi-experienced people. They change the jobs every year. They kind of collect experiences just to ascertain the final choice at some point in the future. And I think this will be the same in the 7 years' time. Well, this is a generation of screen people. That is, the smartphone or laptop or computer. From the very early the age. I would opt for. I would advise that we organize coaching for these people. I mean, yes, this multi-skilled profile will be a good thing, but the problem may come from inability to bind relations or interpersonal contacts. So the future profession is a coach to teach people how to to talk to each other. well, how to talk to each other, talk to AI tools, how to talk to other generations as well? What would you add? Well, we need to be prepared to start learning from that generation people as well. We, as X generation or Y generation, because in 15 years we might be struggling with understanding the world, which is bound to change very much. I mean, you mentioned metaverse. Silver tsunami, for instance, people entering the labor market who will need to adapt. And you mean us? Well, I wouldn't like to point to you personally, but this is something, and majority of of the workforce in the labor market. So this will be a challenge. Most of us will be affected, both young people and X and Y generation people as well. Let me just add one thing. I hope that within 20 years I'll be, enjoying my life in retirement. But Polish retirement, my own individual retirement. So, okay, today we are looking at Z generation people through the prism of who they are today. But when I got my first job, the millennials' expectations were quite different from what we have today. So every generation changes over time. I mean, they grow up and then they start to cope very well. And I hope this will be the same with the Z generation people. Well, all right. Just to wrap up, with some optimistic note. Yes, as an employer, I'm aware that I'm aware of the expectations of me, and I believe that within 10 years, where the Z generation people, become managers, it will be really good for the world because they are open, they are empathetic, they care for others, not only about themselves. And if they can impact our environment, business environment in a positive way, well, it's great. Well, all right. So thank you very much for your contributions, and thank you very much for your attention. Please applaud our experts, and please applaud the head of the department for moderating this discussion. Let me tell you now about the workshops that accompany this panel discussion. You can stay where you are here. Workshops of the young business practitioners, room number 2. There are entrepreneurs, business people, local government people. They're waiting to talk to you. And then step by step, room number 1 with interpreters, with English interpreters available. The workshops will be held in Polish, and now we'll have a lunch break until 2:30.
Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Witamy po przerwie wszystkich Państwa, którzy są z nami tu w Lublinie na kongresie i tych...
Welcome back after the break, everyone on site and off site. We are going to talk about the priorities of Norwegian funds, Norwegian grants, in the perspective of the youth. We'll start with an open session. This is going to be streamed. Then we continue through workshop sessions without streaming. Youth for the City, City for the Youth. This is the umbrella term for the projects, Polish-Norwegian projects under the Norwegian grants program. We have a number of experts to take the floor. In a moment, let me say a few words about who we are going to hear. Certainly, we have Christian Flakke with us, Bjørn Erik Brustad, Embassy of Norway in Poland, Magdalena Gleb-Ścigocka, Deputy Head of the Citizen Participation Office, Municipality of Lublin, and our volunteer from Norway. We also have with us Olga Paździor from the Hey Youth Initiative, and one more person, Jan Domkowski, Citizens Education Center. Well, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hello. Yes. I work at the European Wergeland Center, who is a partner with the Lublin municipality for our project Youth for the City, City for Youth. And this project is heading towards the end in April 2024. And we are going into a new period of the EEA and Norway grants. So we have had this project now for 2 years, and we want to gather inputs from youth and youth workers from our area in Poland, Ukraine, Norway, to give their inputs to the grants. So that is the main goal for this session. European societies face great challenges in the years to come. The pressure on European values, such as democracy, rule of law and human rights, as well as political polarization and populism, is threatening our countries. These threats have a substantial impact on the society and the people living there. Challenges need to be tackled now by the adult generation, but also building the resilience for new generations. Young people are the future, we often say, but they are also today. There is a need to strengthening the resilience in our society in time of crisis, including support to young people's voice and participation in the public life. Involvement and experience in decision-making processes in one's local community is a key to young people's interest, engagement and confidence in the future of their participation. So we at the European Wergeland Center are very glad to gather these inputs from youth and people working with youth. What will be important for you and in the years to come? How could we facilitate for strong involvement of youth in the democracy? How could we build resilience towards what is threatening our democracy? How can we work together to make this happen? And for the next 1.5 hours, we will do what we do at the Wergeland Center. We will try to include you in these inputs and how to give them. So we will have some, you will move a little bit, you'll be a little bit active. But before this, I wish to say thank you to the Deputy Ambassador from the Norwegian Embassy in Poland, Mr. Bjørn Erik Brustad, for being here together with us today. He will take with him the inputs that we all come up with together. So we are very glad to have you here. And I know that you want to say a few words before starting. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, I had a prepared manuscript, and I realized, having listened to so many eloquent speakers already, that I should skip the manuscript and rather just keep to some key words on the messages that I would like to put forward. As said, we are here to listen to you. We are in a period where we are negotiating new funds for a next 7-year period. That will still take some time, but I hope that sometime next year we will see how the EEA and Norway grants can continue to support civil society as we have done for many, many years already. I will give you a few more words on the EEA and Norway grants in a moment, but just also reflecting, first of all, I think it's high time now that the age of speakers is getting down. I am representing an older generation, and I think we really want to listen to you and the input from the youth and the experiences that you have, and how we can build on that when we are looking at how we can support and facilitate empowerment and inclusion of the youth in the next program period of these grants. The grants, I can imagine that it's not that familiar to many of you, but the EEA stands for the European Economic Area, and it's a very special setup for Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein that makes it possible for us to participate in the EU internal market, all the 4 freedoms. This is a special setup that was negotiated back in the 90s. I was actually part of those negotiations, and we are very lucky to have that, but that gives Norway a possibility to participate, so to say, in the free market. It's also natural that we support the economic and social cohesion in Europe, because you know that the European Union was built also on kind of bridging the differences that were between countries, particularly in economic performance, and that has been a major history of the European Union. We have seen, not least, how that has impacted the quality of life and the societies of Poland over the years since Poland joined the European Union. These grants have been since 2004. It's 2 billion euros. It's quite a lot of money. Just for Poland. It's a massive, Poland is the biggest partner. In the current period, it's more than 800 million euros. And a key component has been for many, many years, and certainly also for the current period, is to support civil society. And the project here now with the Wergeland Center and the Lublin municipality, the Youth for the City for the Youth, is one of these elements of the current program that is running until April next year, and then hopefully we will see the start of the next period sometime after that. Should maybe also brag by saying that these grants are actually the biggest supporter of civil society in Europe. But what is this really about that you are discussing today? I have been listening with great interest to the interventions earlier. And I'm not going to repeat, but I think we all agree that the inclusion, empowerment, and participation of youth in the society is extremely important if you want to have active and open democracies, and that's what we are striving for. It struck me, and that's why I tried to make this little joke about the age of the speakers that needs to come down, because it's easy for one generation to tell the next generation what this is really about and how you should perform, but we need to listen. We need to find a way of communicating that actually means that we understand what you, the young people, are thinking and how you want to see solutions, how you can contribute. And for every generation there are changes. So I think this is very much about what they have done here in Lublin, which to my mind seems to be a very good example of how to do it with these youth spaces, with various forms of budgetary lines that can support initiatives by youth. You need to create or facilitate opportunities, and then to have to take some risk, which was also a discussion earlier, though more maybe in the business life. But it also matters, or it's also a question of risk when it comes to public money, that you take the risk that some small amount can actually be used for some particular project that a youth group comes up with, and then that will, in many, if not most cases, generate some new activity and which is beneficial to the society. And I think that is something that we need to recognize. I'm also, in a way, impressed by seeing how many youth, and I think there are again many examples here in Lublin, but I also know from other places that you represent and also from Ukraine, that you take the responsibility when you get it. And I think that is important also, that we are giving the possibility to take responsibility, not only for yourself and your own future, but also for others. And I think we have seen how many young people can contribute in societies by taking care of elderly or people with special needs or whatever it might be, and also actually stands for an openness, kind of supporting and hedging actually the democratic values, freedom, rule of law, and human rights. And I think that is impressive that we see this being very strong feature of what you stand for. And I think really the society needs this. So participation in the society in elections is going to be extremely important. On Ukraine, just briefly, since we are happy to have representatives from Ukraine here as well, that was a new feature of this EEA Norway grants in this period, that we would have a cross-border component. And I'm very pleased to see that this cooperation here in Lublin has reached out not only to Ukraine, but also tried to reach out to Belarus and the young people there. And I think that is what we need today. When they started thinking in these directions back, I mean, on the European Union, it was the Eastern Partnership. For us, it was in the current period, 2014 to 2021, actually. This became a feature, and I think this is really the way to go ahead, and particularly now that we have seen this aggressive war of Russia in Ukraine, which of course is putting tremendous pressure on the young people in Ukraine. I think we need to see that, and by we I mean governmental representatives of Europe. We need to see that we have a responsibility to give young people of Ukraine also opportunities and possibilities. They will be key, you will be key in rebuilding Ukraine. I'm quite encouraged by seeing how kind of in those difficult times now that are facing Ukraine, how these kind of core values of caring for others and supporting humanitarian or whatever it might be is kind of key features of the people of Ukraine. The openness, tolerance, and participation is really impressive. Lastly, as was mentioned, we are approaching a new period of these grants when the negotiations finish. So I really look forward to listen to your input. What do you think works and what does not work when municipalities or civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations or whatever is trying to reach out and what could we do differently and how should we actually, what kind of topics should we include in the current, the coming program. And that will be very useful input for us when we now start thinking together with partners like Lublin municipality and the Wergeland Center on how to formulate the programs and projects that are going to come for the next, actually, period of a new 7-year period. So with that, I'm going to listen to you and look forward to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Björn Erik. It's very good to know that we here have people like Björn Erik and with the same values and thoughts on our future and the democracy and how we can involve young people in the decision-making processes in the future. It's good to know that we are on the same page. Thank you very much. So, we have had lunch, very nice lunch, and we need to move a little bit so we don't fall asleep. That's why I wanted to activate you a little bit. I don't think we should raise up and walk across in the room. We shouldn't do that because there are too many wires and cameras and everything. But you have, if you could raise your arms to the right and left side. This is an activity we often do in our workshops in Norway. Many of you have probably done it before, but I want to know if you agree or disagree with the following sentences. If you agree, totally agree, that chocolate is better than vanilla, you take your arm towards, what is it? Your left, your left arm in that direction. If you totally disagree, I want you to point in that direction. The questions will be a bit more about the topics for today, but this is just to so you can know what we are doing. Yes, some of you know. So, chocolate is better than vanilla. Should I try to figure out if it's the age or if it's where you're from or no? It's very divided. Yes, okay, thank you. You understand this activity? Perfect. Next question then. The invasion of Ukraine has affected my life. If you totally agree, left. If it hasn't, you can also be in the middle or somewhere in between. Yes. So everyone's life has been affected by the war in Ukraine. Does anyone want to say something about how it's? Some of you pointed very hard in that direction. Does anyone want to say something about this? Yes, I was looking at you. That's right. Do you want a microphone?
I just want to say that it's not even about my life, it's more about the life of my friends, because I'm from central part of Ukraine and we have not seen war in real face like other people like in Kiev or in eastern part of Ukraine. That's why everyone who is Ukrainian, we're really have got some problems, first of all with our mental system, then other about health and our lives, because we are talking always about our life being. Every day we pray to God just to be alive, because we know that it can be a rocket, it can be a bomb in different cities, and no one can be in safe, unfortunately. So I think, to be honest, from my perspective, now we just need to know that everything in our hands, and every day we've got this possibility to change something. We are not talking about the future plans, we are more talking about every day that we've got now in our hands. So glory to Ukraine, слава Україні!
Thank you so much for sharing. And most of us in this room are not from Ukraine, and still everyone was pointing in that direction. And this means that the war in Ukraine is affecting all of our lives and the situation in all European countries and in the whole world. So, of course, as expected, this has affected all of us in different extent, of course. Björn Erik was talking about the age. This is inputs from youth. I don't know what the average age in this room is, but many of you are not youth, but you are working with youth, either from cities, municipalities, or civil organizations. So this question could still be just as relevant. The war against Ukraine has affected my work with youth participation. Yes. I don't think we should dwell with that, because it's the same as the previous question. Of course, it has affected all of us. What about this one then? It's more general. I feel that it is easy to participate in local democracy. I want to see all of your hands. And this is a bit more divided, and I want to hear from you. Amanda, you say it's easy to participate in local democracy. Do you want to tell me why? Short. I know you, if I give her a microphone, she could talk very much, but short.
Yes. I'm very privileged and fortunate to live in a city where it's a lot of options and a lot of knowledge and youth organizations where you can affect your local community. And I also have been in local politics in my home area. But I recognize that if you don't have the knowledge or the upbringing, that it's harder to access those things. So it's very city and rural area divided as well in Norway, where I'm from.
Thank you. I want to ask someone else who was in that corner with their hand. No, you're looking away. So you knew I was talking about you, yes. So you have to raise your hand again. I feel that it is easy to participate in local democracy. I want to see your hand. No one dares to take it in that direction because you are afraid that I will ask you. Does anyone, yes, what about you? Do you want to tell me something? Is it, why is it not that easy to participate in local democracy? Does anyone want to say anything? Yes.
Translate, please. В нас є такий жарт, що дружина піклується там про сімейний побут.
We have a joke then, wife takes care of the home and husband thinks about climate change and the global warming. So to me, local democracy is much more difficult to pursue than anything else. So local democracy, at personal level or interpersonal level, needs an interpersonal contact, and globally there are international rules to be observed. So when you have rules, it's much simpler. But if you have an individual coming to you to speak to you, it's much more difficult to reach out to them and understand them.
Thank you. Get it all, but for those who heard everything, thank you. Anyone else who wants to share any thoughts, ideas? No? Okay, thank you. A bit the same question. Do you feel that your voice matters? That you could contribute to change in your society? Is your voice being heard? Totally disagree and totally agree. And it's you could take a look around and see, because it's quite interesting. I can see it all, but you are quite divided actually, and it would be interesting to hear where you work and where you're from and with everything. Yes, thank you.
Sorry for my English. Якщо можна, я можу говорити українською мовою. Що стосується того, наскільки мій голос важливий.
So if my voice matters and how important it is or how it can contribute and change my society. Well, I don't believe in anything like that after the 24th of February last year. I mean, after that, my life has changed, and I don't want anyone to feel sorry about me, to tell everyone how tragic my life has been since. The only important thing in my life since then is that I learned to hate people, and I don't want that. I mean, I want to love people, and I want my voice. I want my voice to matter, but as of today, I don't believe it does. As of today, I don't believe that either myself or anyone of us can actually have an impact on what's going on in the world. It's really sad. I mean, I want to stop hating people. I want to start loving people, and I want our voices to matter.
Thank you very much. We hear you. Thank you. Yeah. I feel it is easy. Well, this is a question that I might need to explain a little bit, because it's very different from which country you work in and what kind of organization and everything. But for us to be able to do the work we do, we need projects and funding. And this is what our session today is about. So we want to know do you feel that it's easy on a organizational level to know where to search for funding, who to cooperate with, who to find relevant projects with, and to figure out how this big jungle is. Do you feel that it's easy accessible to search for funds in your organization? Totally agree and totally disagree. and many of you don't know. It's okay, then you can be in the middle somewhere. I think from the first question, all of us were there, and like more and more over there. Okay. Does anyone want to share your thoughts? Yes, you want to. Christina.
Yeah. I can say like without any translators. Also, I will say about more experience in my country, but actually I've had an Ukraine, yes, and but actually I've had some experience with some international fundings also, but why I've heard like this, only because we've had a lot of opportunity to take this funding for your like different programs and different projects, but the first main problem is we have like not big information, not big resources for finding this information. And the second one problem is that usually we have like no experience or just maybe some tutorials how to work with it, because actually like how we do it like with my organization, it's also when we have some international funding or opportunity to have this funding, we just trying a lot, writing a lot of programs, writing a lot of grants to do this, and when we win some grants, we are happy to able to create this project. But when we don't win such grants or whatever, we just analyze our like mistakes and continue working. So it's more about access to these resources where you can find this finding, and an ability to do it more better, like with no mistakes at least.
Thank you very much, Christina. So, do I have one last, or maybe that was the last? Yes, that was the last. Thank you all for your engagement so far. Now we had a plan to go into sort of like give your inputs on the sheets, but the time is running so fast, and it is important that we can listen to all the panelists. So we have placed our sheets around in the different corners. After the panel talk, I hope that you, before you leave the room, you will go around in the corners of the room. We have sheets on, yes, like there. We can show you at the end. So before you leave the room, I want you to write down all your inputs, and we will gather them and bring it to to Bjørn Erik and the Norwegian Embassy in Warsaw. Okay, so I will give the microphone to Mr. Jan Dubkowski, who is working with education, civil education in CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite my panelists to the stage. My name is Jan Dąbkowski. I work for Center for Citizenship Education in Poland. So it's very close to me, the topic of youth engagement, youth participation. And yes, I want to hear some of your experiences, some good practices, and also find out what is blocking you in your youth work. So one more time, I will maybe repeat your names because you were introduced on the beginning, so also you remember who is who. So the closest to me is Johanna Preuss Fernley, youth activist from Norway. we have common work in the common field of preventing hate speech, and you work in the no hate speech movement, and you have experience in working in the youth councils. Please tell us a bit about your practice, your experiences in youth work. Yes, let's start from that.
As a Norwegian, I was given a lot of opportunities at a very young age to seek my interests and to partake in organizations that had a cause that I could relate to. And so from the age of 12, I was engaged in an organization called Save the Children and worked with asylum seekers my age. And from there, I became involved in all the places that you can become active, to speak, because as a young person in Norway, if you first understand that you have all these opportunities, then you just want to get them all, and then you become one of the persons that's just everywhere. And so I got the possibility, as you say, to work with my city's youth council, and I was in the student council and a lot of different organizations and the umbrella organization for organizations. And so I really do relate to the topic of this conversation, youth participation, because that's the sort of red thread that goes through all of my different interests in working with children's rights. If you really look at what youth participation really is about.
Do you want to say also something about No Hate Speech movement?
I can do that. It's a campaign that was made by the European Youth Council as a counter-reaction to the terrorist attack that happened in Norway on the 22nd of July 2011, where amongst others 69 people were murdered at an island where they were assembled to work for making society better. So the movement is all about creating human rights culture across Europe and to take a stand against hate speech, mostly also online. And we do that through having workshops with young people. Each year in Norway, we educate 150 young people to go to their schools and have workshops with the kids there about hateful attitudes and how to act against them. And now Norway is the only country, as I know, at least that has like a working secretary in the organization. But at one time we were 40 active member states of the movement.
The No Hate Speech movement campaign in Norway is very much supported also on the state level. Like I was on one of the meetings when the Prime Minister was present, so it's really on high level. Thank you very much. Z nami jest także Olga Paździur, aktywistka młoda.
We also have Olga Paździur, a young activist from the Lublin-based group. And on what level what you do is important to you? So, first of all, I work with youth. I don't work with youth. We cooperate with the youth. We, will feel part of the efforts that we pursue. All right, we have two foundations, one based in Lublin and one based in my town. So I both study and pursue the projects that we that have been made possible by the decision of the Lublin municipality. So what you do specifically? Well, I'm interested in theatre, in theatrical performances, and activation and inclusion, participation of youth in these areas, just to show them that regardless of your age and regardless of where you're from, mind you, in Lublin, there are not many, native Lubliners. There are lots of people from across the country. So whatever they are integrated in or included in, the better outcomes are. And I myself am, not a native Lubliner. I was given an opportunity in my town to get involved, to get engaged, to showcase my opportunities, my abilities, my skills. And currently I cooperate with the youth, and I show them what I've been given and how I got the values that I preach. For instance, this year I was a coordinator of a project. We also create a number of initiatives, events in my town, together with the youth and with the approval. What's important, with the approval of the older generation, we pursue joint projects with the youth. Of interest to the youth and attractive to the youth. And again, any examples of that? Currently, we are in the process of opening of a youth space, BZBC, which has proved, really expected, really needed, and for the youth, because the availability of such spaces is limited. We also have Magdalena Gryb-Śniegocka from Lublin. And again, you're an official, a public servant. Yes, I am. So you work at Hey, that is Youth Center. What this is about? What's your work about? And I know that the center itself was built in a kind of participatory approach. So what was the impact of the youth on what the center is today? Hello and welcome. I'm really pleased to see all you here. The Youth Open Space Hey has been a process for a year now. 7th of October we celebrated the anniversary of that project. So a lot has been happening, and a key moment was to bind cooperation, collaboration with the youth group that co-decided on what the space would be, on the furniture, on the arrangement, on the activities to be taken. And this cooperation has been ongoing to date. So the space is co-designed and co-created by youth and for the youth. So this was the original plan, and this will continue to be the case. So again, youth space is a process. It's so dynamic. It's so active that this is the cause for its greatness. And this kind of vague character or kind of uncertainty about the future is one of the attractions of that. So our working together in the team is very good, and we want to attract more and more people to the Hey Youth Open Space, which is again open to anyone. You can join us whenever you want. Anything that caught you by surprise, at the stage of diagnosing the needs of the youth, but this tends to, be the case. I mean, we get surprised.
Well, how I benefited from the process, I think I learned a lot. This is really cool that we were able to learn from each other and gain experience. Based on that, we were able to build space which is open to anyone, whether you have lived here for years or have just come. And the way we approach young people and our personnel working with young people, I think they are ready to handle various crisis situations, and this happens every day. I believe they are able to resolve very different issues so that if you need help and come to this youth space, you will be really assisted. And I mean very different forms of assistance. For some people, it's enough to find a place to sit, have coffee, just talk to their peers, and simply feel being listened to and have some hot tea. This is very simple. But for many people, this is really something, and because they cannot have it elsewhere or otherwise. And what surprised me, referring to your question, I think the number of ideas and all this energy generated in this place. In mid-October, we are going to celebrate the anniversary of the opening of Hey, singing, music, and layer cake and some artistic stuff. So join us. I'm not sure. I can't promise the cake will be good because I'm not sure who's going to make it, and I'm not there to decide what we are going to do. I think the people who work there on the daily basis know the participants, know those who come, what they need, so they make sure that everybody who comes to Hey feels welcome and feels really taken care of. Okay, good luck, many happy returns. I'm just curious about these details because I want to hear some examples of best practices from you. That's why I want to hear very specific cases and how you were able to really plant this seed and make this tree grow. I've just heard from Olga how important it is to listen to people and respect what they say. That's why I'm so curious about very concrete issues.
I'm coming back to Johanna. Please tell me what helps you, what supports you, and maybe sometimes what is blocking you in your youth activities in Norway.
Well, that's a very good question. And I think that for a lot of young Norwegians, the greatest barrier for participating is one of the questions that we had here previously, which is about whether your voice really matters or not. A lot of young people in Norway don't really realize how easy it is to influence Norwegian politics. And that is something that we, amongst others in the No Hate Speech movement, work against in our work with going into classrooms and giving young people easy access to decision makers. And one of the most giving projects that I was a part of in Save the Children was connecting young people to their local politicians through meaningful participation, where they first got to know about what the local politicians actually are able to decide on, and then they got to meet them and talk to them and have brainstorms together with them on how to create a better community. Then they went back to their classrooms and they continued developing these ideas. They voted on the school which project they wanted to make the politician actually carry through, and then the politicians had on beforehand already decided that they had to follow up on whatever that school decided to. That's one concrete example of how some Norwegian local communities enable young people to get easy access to the people that's actually in power. I think that it was very lovely to hear about how Hey works. I also talked to your key volunteer, Kaya, before I went on here. And I think it's very good to see that we have a lot of arenas in Norway that works kind of like you, and those arenas are actually the first meeting that a lot of young Norwegians have with being a part of a decision-making team themselves, because they get to be the decision makers on what to do and what to make of the space, what to apply money for, what kind of activities they want to have there. And that's also a sort of enabler of participation. I don't know. I could go on if you want to, but yeah, it's a lot of different cool participation projects that's going on in my city, Oslo. We also have a sort of assembly with all of the student councils, all of the youth councils, all of the youth organizations, around 50 youth organizations, coming in once a year to take over this city parliament for 2 days. The first day they develop ideas they want to push forward to the politicians. The next day they decide on which projects they want to sort of lobby the politicians to get into their budget for the next year. And then the city youth council have to follow up those the 5 top sort of issues that the youth want to push forward. And we have a lot of cases of this actually going through and making change in our city. Everything from creating new parks to getting better access for disabled people at the local schools, and getting better mental health sort of personnel at schools with more time for each student. So it's very good that we have arenas for young people to find what they're passionate about and being able to follow through with their projects. Another example, if you want, or I can stop now.
It is also always nice to hear good examples, but maybe mention one of the some things which block you or stop you in your youth work, maybe.
The first thing that comes to mind is time. It's I think that Norway is really good at making it possible for young people to engage in organizations and in councils where they can find like meaningful communities where you can continue to grow your stance on societal issues. But for me, I think that I'm really privileged. So to point at like what hinders me in my work might not be what like another young Norwegian would say would be the same. Because there are a lot of young people, as I said, as one of the first things I said, that don't really get access to these arenas in the first place because they don't realize that they actually work. And if you don't have a belief in the system, then you won't participate in it either, and then you won't have the possibility to strengthen it. And for that, it's important for us that already are engaged to go and spread the word to other young people that it actually do matters. And one of like the main barriers that young people in politics in Norway face is, of course, again, hate speech. I personally are not one of the politicians in Norway that's the most controversial. I want people to not spread hate, and that's what I'm vocal about. So that doesn't generate that much hate, but a lot of young people, especially young people with minority backgrounds, they say that they fear to speak their minds because of social sanctions that they might face afterwards. So there's a lot of dark statistics there of young people that are not being able to come to the table because they fear what their peers might say.
Thank you for that. Very important words. Olga, ciekaw jestem Twoich refleksji też między innymi właśnie z...
Olga, I know you have been to Oslo twice for study visits. Tell me, Olga, about what you have seen in Oslo during your visits. Well, I was surprised with this openness towards the youth, and that the Norwegian youth, they speak their mind, they speak openly, that they want to have their voice heard and they have something to say. I think we still need time in Poland to fully understand that the young people here have their voice and they can voice their opinion. Of course, they are afraid of criticism, they are afraid of hate speech, of lack of understanding, including among peers, because people, young people particularly, they cannot bear criticism easily and they really take it personally. Yeah, thank you for this important insight. We have to really empower young people to be able to resist it. But now, speaking about Poland, what do you think you find supportive? What hinders you in your initiatives? I think I have a lot of support from people, adults, who understand youth, who stopped saying that the youth are difficult or they are at a difficult age. Because sometimes a stereotype is among young people that adults don't understand us, but they really do, if only they want it. And I think what supports us is certain change in attitude, both among youth and adults. Adults have come to realize that young people can do things if they have enough room, and they should be trusted. Okay, that's a very important point. I think openness to what others want to say is of key importance, and openness of the system to the youth, and on the other hand, the openness of the youth to adults. Because, well, they sometimes say, or often say, well, the grown-ups will never listen. Of course, and you must tell the difference between listen and hear, because adults listen, but they sometimes do not hear. They do not understand what the point is. Well, why don't they just say, I don't understand you? Can you put it in other words? Can you explain that? So it's enough to be inquisitive to learn what the other party really wants to say. Okay, thanks. I have a couple of questions, but we keep the mic open also to the participants in the room. Now, my question to Magda. What challenges are there in your daily work, daily effort, but what has been the greatest challenge so far? Maybe the question of understanding, listening, hearing, or maybe a certain diversity of the youth community, language or culture-wise?
The time it's not our friend when we work with the youth. So this is also the same thing that we do in here. And I think this is what is ahead, and what are the things that I feel it's very much encouraging, that the opportunity that this project gave us to do and to meet with all the people and exchange the experience and go to abroad and see how the different kinds of youth spaces, youth walkers and countries and cities get along with youth in different kinds of way, and to exchange their experience. This is the crucial. And this is also the crucial that during these study visits we could take our youth group. And in my opinion, that gives also the power for them to start the new things, to compare what are the activities they can do. When we went to Oslo and we visit Utoya and see how they work there with youth, what are the programs, what are the activities, how they care about the situation on Utoya, for me it was amazing. And the same with the youth spaces, different kinds that we visit. The same in Krakow, or that we just been on a study visit, Ghent, and Ghent is the next youth capital for 2024, and we are happy for this really nice city. I would like to go back there. So yeah, I think this is like the power, the empower of what we do here, and also the most important locally here is that when we open youth space, hey, we didn't know what will happen, but it happened really nice, because all together with the coordinators and the youth group, we create standards which help us to make open call for our NGOs who work with youth, and to create or support 7 youth spaces in the network. So we support and like reopen organization and the places that already been working for so many years with youth, or we create the new places, and we give this task to the NGOs who are very much close to the youth living in Lublin. And this is the big need to support them all this time, and to give them the feeling that they have this support and they can be active and work with youth and for youth. This is when you think that you have somebody with you that will help you when you have some trouble. This is the most important, and having safe space that you can still going and do the thing that you need to do. And I think we were ahead of a lot of work with youth in the city, because as you see, we are learning from the other places, from the other cities and countries, but we just started. Well, the youth capital in Lublin gave us the power to really move and to get together everybody, and to see that the youth has an impact, and that they are getting really aware what they can do and what kind of influence that they have for the local communities. Yeah.
Thank you. So, any questions from the audience? Do you have some questions for the good practices, or maybe you want to share some good practices from your places? Anybody? Would you like to speak up? Ask question, share? No? Not yet? Okay. Yes, I see.
In the Norway example, I think you talked about having politicians in the same room as the young people. What techniques did you use to get the politicians involved, and how did you get them actively engaged?
Well, that's a really good question. Well, I would say that one of the reasons why Norwegian democracy works so well is that our politician is in the first place really close to the people that they represent, and we have a sort of attitude amongst politicians as well that is really important to listen to young people. And the reason why they think so is because they themselves got interested in politics as young people, and they want more people to take part in democracy and strengthen it in that regard. And so I would say that in Norway it's not that hard to get in contact with your representatives. Just a couple of weeks ago, I sent a message to our state secretary in the Ministry of Justice, and I got a reply in 18 minutes. It's a very small country. It's only 5 million people, and that has its perks, so to speak. So I do do realize that's not a situation that many people are in. But such a culture, it starts with us, and so to both demand that the politicians actually fulfill their democratic responsibility of listening to young people, and to try to make sure that they also understand that it's in their interest to know what young people want is key, I would say, if that answered your question.
Any other questions? Now, for now? Questions, statements, comments? Olga, chcę do ciebie wrócić jeszcze i wrócić do...
Olga, so getting back to you, if we are to talk about any barriers or blockages and things that we want to have changed. We've got Mr. Ambassador here, and asking for the suggestions for Norway funds to support you in having the voice. So I'm asking asking you about this, but perhaps the young people can have their say as well. What's the barrier? What are the barriers, for you to acting more effectively? Well, I think that people with a variety of personalities, with more experienced people, would be a lot of support to us. Training and workshops over various topics would be of use as well. In Lublin, the civil society organizations and NGOs have grown significantly. Well, they have expanded the activities, if only to include mental health initiatives. So I think that kind of open training sessions and workshops would be really of use. That would be key. And in your town, is there an offer for anyone to take part in such training sessions, or is it a problem, a barrier in Lublin only? Well, mind you, smaller towns and villages have limited possibilities to organize such events. Mind you, commuting, for instance, to Lublin to school would be interesting to many young people, in the vicinity of the town, but simply they can't afford that. So, if there's anything free of charge in my town, and anyone could come, regardless of their age, and we focus on young people, of course, because we feel that. The offer for young people is most limited in our town, and if we don't do it ourselves, then no one will do it for us. But still, the majority of such events are organized in Lublin because we've got experts here who can train and coach our young people. And then we organize ourselves, having learned from them. Well, I think that this peer-to-peer activities and initiatives are the most effective because it's easiest to communicate, it's easiest to work with, and it's had huge added value.
Thank you. It's been very interesting to listen to all of you. And as a thank you, I want to give you this little big handbook of democracy, which we got it from the print on Thursday. So you are the first to get it. We made it to this project, Youth for the City, City for Youth. And it's a book about how you could work towards or against hate speech, talk about controversial issues, human rights learning with youth. So we want to give it to the participants at the youth exchange and people we are working with in Ukraine and Poland. And I know, of course, you as well work with the democracy in Poland through education. And I wanted to finish this panel off because we need to listen from all of you. We have made 4 posters, which we have put around in the room. Ingrid is showing you now where you can find them. We have big blank sheets and a lot of pens. So I want us to use 10 minutes to go around in the room and write down all of our inputs before we sum up and have the closing session in about 5 to 4. Let me read the questions out loud and make sure that it's all clear what you will write. Table 1 is on that chair. What topics do you think should be on the agenda of the EEA and Norway grants for the next period? Please be as concrete as possible. I don't want you to write democracy, inclusion. I want you to write what kind of areas within democracy is important for you. Yes. Table 2 is on that chair. We don't have tables. An important area of the grants is cooperation between countries. Do you have any idea on how we could strengthen cooperation across the borders? And table 3 is at the back where Ingrid is now. If there were no limits, what is the best way to strengthen youth participation towards a sustainable and democratic society? And table 4 is a blank sheet. There. Yes, thank you. Anything else, it says. All of the inputs and thoughts on the grants in the years to come. Okay, now the time is 1:45-ish. So we will have 10 minutes. I want the ones that are closest to this poster to go to the poster that is closest to you. And then circle around in that direction when you are done. 10 minutes, so maybe we should have a pause on the stream for about 10 minutes. It's not that fun to watch. Okay. Good luck. Yes. And yes, of course, a big thank you to the panelists, Johanna, Magda, Olga, and Jan. Thank you for all your ideas and thoughts. Thank you very much.
Będzie ostatni panel dziś, a więc zaprosimy na prezentację Międzynarodowego Funduszu Wyszehradzkiego. Przypominamy także o tych wydarzeniach, które towarzyszą naszemu kongresowi. To jest m.in. koncert grupy Hajdamaki i mogą Państwo pobrać bezpłatne wejściówki na ten koncert. One są dostępne w rejestracji. Tam także można więcej dowiedzieć się na temat wizyt studyjnych.
All right, I still encourage you to have a look at our program online where you can learn about various parallel events and initiatives, including study visits. This is where you can learn more about it. And I know this is your coffee break.
Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Cieszymy się, że są Państwo wciąż z nami tutaj na sali w Lublinie, ale tak...
We are very happy you're still with us here at the conference venue and online. Our next panel is Grants Fair. We'll cover the Visegrad Fund with our opening presentation. Then we close with quick information on the upcoming program on Tuesday and Wednesday. But now the floor goes to Małgorzata Skrzynecka.
In Ukrainian, if it's okay, because I met many Ukrainians here, and I am a representative of International Visegrad Fund. We are in Bratislava. That's why it says Slovakia, but I am Ukrainian and I will take this advantage to take a chance and speak in Ukrainian, at least here. Добре. Міжнародний Вишеградський фонд. Трошечки розповім історії, що ж це за група, Вишеградська група і що таке наш фонд. Вишеградська група складається з 4 країн – Польща, Чехія, Словаччина і Угорщина. На нашому лого ви можете бачити ці точки – це столиці географічно, де знаходяться. Тобто наше лого вже презентує ці 4 столиці. В 2000 році був утворений Вишеградський фонд. 4 країни об'єдналися і...
Well, the Visegrad Fund was established some years ago, where a number of organizations joined forces to promote the interest of this part of Europe. Later on, it expanded on the Eastern Partnership countries and the Balkans. I'll tell you about our funding opportunities and about our mobility program. The point of the foundation is to bring people together, to create networks among people. So we do not finance construction projects, upgrades or extensions. We fund training sessions. We fund various soft projects. We also don't come up with ideas. It's usually our applicants who bring ideas to us. So basically, our goal is to enable networking, communication between countries. We are more of a coordinator. We are a relatively small foundation with just a few people on board. An average grant we can offer is around 30,000 euro. We have various options here. Each project manager is in charge of a specific grant. We have a number of project managers. You can approach us, you can write an email, schedule an online meeting. These people from our team work for you. You are our customers. We help you design and implement the best project possible. So for the last 23 years, we have funded dozens of projects spending more than 120 million euro, supporting 6,000 grants. As regards mobility, we fund initiatives by artists, students, and individuals. We have supported almost 3,500 entities so far in more than 600 cities. So again, we support networking among organizations. We have partnered up with 1,300 different organizations in various cities. The map shows where the projects were implemented. Mostly the Visegrad Group countries, but we also reach further beyond the group, the Crimea, Donbass. Of course, this was before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In order to get funding from our foundation, you need to have a partner. This should be a partner from the Visegrad Group countries or country. There should be at least 3 organizations from different countries. So this is our networking objective that is being implemented through this kind of scheme. So we have a number of different grant programs. Speaking of the most fundamental types of funding, the applicants should be individuals, partners from the Visegrad Group. So, for example, a Polish applicant with 2 other applicants from the Visegrad Group countries. 18 months is the time limit for a project. And the main guidelines of our actions are the following. First, the projects must be aligned with our values. So we support the Visegrad Group countries plus organizations from the Eastern Partnership countries or Western Balkans. So, for example, a Ukrainian organization may apply together with 3 partners from the Visegrad Group. We also have strategic grants. This time, 4 partners must team up to apply. These projects last up to 4 months, and again, they must be aligned with our strategic priorities, and I'll tell you about these in a moment. These priorities are revised every 2 years, depending on current challenges. It used to be the COVID-19 pandemic. Now there may be other. We have 3 granting schemes where each project is worth up to 35,000 euro. We sign an agreement with an applicant. So if a Polish organization applies, they need to find partners. They apply, then we sign an agreement with them and you receive funds. And then these funds are distributed among the partners. You do it on your own. So if your partner spends some money, you may reimburse these expenses as invoiced. As regards the major focus areas where our grants are channeled, of many and various, we have education, culture, innovation, regional development, democratic values, the mass media, social development or social projects. In percentage terms, most projects or the most popular projects are related to culture and education. These are just the most popular areas. Speaking of strategic priorities, I should mention innovation, the future of the Visegrad region. That means, for example, support for youth, for voluntary movements. And the last priority here is assistance to Ukraine in its struggle for independence. So these strategic grants, where 4 partners are needed, can be submitted under one of the strategic priorities. Here we speak of bigger money and longer implementation periods. 3 times a year we issue a call for proposals where you can apply, and now how to do it. Enter our website. There is an option to set up an account. There is a tab My Visegrad. You have to use the form provided. So 3 times a year, on the 1st of February, 1st of June, and the 1st of October. These are the deadlines for applicants to apply. So, for example, on the 1st of January, you may apply, and we will process your application after the 1st of February. So even now, you can look for partners, you can get registered with our website through the account, and you can start writing your application. Once you submit this application through our website, even if this is before the deadline, we already start reading and processing your input. So, of course, the earlier the better. I mean, you should start speaking to your partners about your future projects in advance. After the deadline, we need around 60 days, working days. All these people I showed you in the picture, we come together to study your applications, whether they are aligned with our values, whether they are promising or interesting applications. Upon approval, you will be mailed about the ultimate decision. We also provide feedback to the applicants, what was fine, what was wrong in your application, and if you fail, we recommend what can be done differently or better next time. So this is what you see after entering the website. You can register in this red box. You select the program that you want to apply for. We have 3 categories of grants. And this is where you select a program to apply for. This is another screen with a different list of grants. So first, you need to fill in information about your institution, then about your partners. So the main box here is justification of involvement. In other words, you have to explain why you want to work with a specific partner, why they are the best to choose from, why they will contribute to the success of your project. And this is something really relevant. You need to provide a really good quality clarification here. You can also rely on your past experience with this partner. It doesn't need to be very lengthy. Speak to the point, but be convincing. In this area, you write about the project, what the objectives are, and what else you expect to achieve through this. Here and there, you will be prompted for extra information. You have to answer some questions, and through these answers, you tell us precisely what your projects will be about. Another screen is the budget. Each budget goes with an output, so you have to tell precisely what the output of your project will be, whether a meeting or a specific product or training. You have to explain who your target audiences are and how you are going to promote your project. You also need to explain the role of your partners. And then after each event, you sign off a budget. So, for example, you select extra cost items like interpretation or rental or a camera or transport, speakers. So you just select what kind of expenditure you expect in a project. Although, mind you, we don't pay for remuneration. We can pay you just extra money to invite an expert, but this is not their fee. We can fund accounting, we can fund project coordinators' fee, and some extra expenses here are also included. As regards specific material or hard projects, we do not fund that. In each project, you can spend up to €1,000 extra for some sort of equipment, like a smartphone or tablet, to support the project. So a few words about specific projects that we funded in the past. This was Festival Era 2022, a project based in Bratislava. Homeless people from 4 countries, Poland, Czechia, Slovakia and Hungary, were brought together as artists in residence. They created an art exhibition and a little performance together. Another project from Czechia, Rooms 2022, artists showing off their items, their pieces in a deserted building. Every artist was able to use an empty space, an extra room, to set up their own exhibition or installation. Another project, this time from Hungary, Field of Sparks, it was called, and focused on intercultural communication. The project engaged various artists, the mass media people, in one place to create something interesting around local culture. This is a Polish project, International High School Business Challenge. I was the manager of this project. It's an international business competition for high schoolers. Different countries of the Visegrad Group set up a team of students to come together and compete. They solve different problems, including economic or business problems. The winners of the competition receive an award. Again, a very interesting project based in Poland, and it has received funding a number of times already.
Коли вже йде період звітування, ці великі гранти має перевірити цей фінансовий.
It's the time to summarize. Well, now let's touch on the summary reports, which are usually checked by the auditors. We have provided special projects worth up to €10,000 so that auditors are not involved. These projects are addressed and dedicated to the youth specifically, so mini grants. Dedicated for short-term mobility for the youth from 12 to 30 years of age. So who can apply? For instance, organizations or registered in Visegrad Group countries. with partner organizations from Ukraine, Germany, and Austria. We are in the process of negotiations with coordinators to allow Ukrainian organizations to apply as well. There are no three partner requirement. At least two partners are enough. So a Polish organization can have a Slovakian partner, and that's it. Still, if Ukrainian organization wants to take part, needs to have two partners from Visegrad Group countries, for instance, from Poland and Slovakia. And what else? There's a timeline for the project pipeline. You can devise your project, you can consult with us when preparing your application. You just submit your idea, you identify yourself, you identify your project, you identify your resources, and if there's anything that is unclear to us, we ask you questions, then you answer, and if everything's okay, then we open an application form for you to fill in, to give the details on the mobility project that you would like to have funded. There are some limitations, of course, as to the length of the project, not longer than 7 days. For instance, an excursion to a partner school, a twin school from Poland to Slovakia, and vice versa. So, again, transfer of people across the border to meet together and then pursue a joint project on environmental conservation, waste management, climate change, with accompanying events. There are no rigorous rules concerning the budget categories. In this case, we have a daily allowance of 50 euros per day per person. So depending on the number of people involved in your projects, this daily allowance may be reduced. It's no more in total than 10,000 euros. So you can spend this money on whatever you want, whether food, accommodation, or transport, just to showcase some projects funded by the International Visegrad Fund. There was a summer school, a project organized together with Ukrainian partner and a group from Slovakia and from Poland. In this case, the event gathered a lot of participants, so it was a big project, really. The micro grants of up to 10,000 euro would not be enough, so it was a regular project. What we want to achieve through such projects is to ensure that people grow together in a community, that they forge their mutual relations for benefit of us all in the future. Now, Visegrad mobility programs addressed to individuals. The most popular program funded by our fund is the scholarship program for MA and PhD candidates. 2 semesters, this is the duration of the program. You can apply for just 1 semester support of up to 3,000 euro for the student, and up to €1,000 for the host university. Again, the payment to the university can be towards the teaching costs or publication costs, registration fee at conferences, and so on. So this is organized once per year with a closing date for applications in April. So we actually require a written consent from the host university, and we also need to have a student development plan along with the research program that they want to pursue. This is assessed by our experts. So, for instance, if you want to pursue some research in economics, then a professor in economics will assess your applications. It doesn't matter really which field you want to specialize in. Your application will be assessed by experts in the field. Again, these applications can be filed by Visegrad Group nationals to universities also in Taiwan. We have some limitations for the field of study here. Again, it's a once-a-year application process ending 30th of September each year. Another example, research grants for archive inquiries. The condition is that the young researchers conclude their scholarship or their project with a publication based on the archival materials researched. Then the Budapest Scholarship, you can apply in 2 rounds a year. It's available to Visegrad country nationals. The limit is €2,700 with no limitations as to which areas the student want to fund with this money. So I want to say that we are in negotiation with our partners so that we can expand our programs to include Ukraine, to be able to file applications first in the mobility program. And as to scholarships, this is the form of support to young scholars so that they can visit their partner universities, spend some time there. Prepare a publication and then leave. It will be also available to Ukrainian nationals. But the only limitation is that the summer holiday period is excluded from application process. A huge interest in this project. I hope we can expand this as well. Then artist residency program. In this regard, this is available to Visegrad Group nationals with a limit of €1,000 per month funding, plus €250 to the host organization. There's a list of disciplines accepted, eligible, and another program available to Visegrad Group nationals. Individual applications are accepted, and those from small groups of artists, like a dancing squad or dancing company, up to 5.5 thousand euros for group, with again motivating fringe benefit for the hosting organization. Literary residency program for writers, for journalists. You can find more information on our website. There are 2 rounds of applications in spring and autumn. We also have a program for artistic residencies in New York, 1 resident from each country of the Visegrad Group. So, as you can see on in the picture, up to 7,000 euro per person to be spent in New York. Again, a similar program for Milan, fashion residency. So anyone interested in fashion, in this creative industry, can go to Milan. We have an agreement with the local partner, so the residents will have full access to the local resources, just to learn from them. And again, all our programs are based on sharing experiences. And again, the winners are selected based on the portfolios. Up to 6,000 euro funding per person, and the deadline for applications is end of March each year. Please visit our website. You will find detailed information on individual grant programs with tabular format of all the rules and limits for individual projects. I would ask if there are any questions to me. I understand Polish, but I can't speak Polish, so. All right, I'll be speaking Ukrainian then. My question is, have you had or have you met with any practice when a number of organizations from Poland and Slovakia, for instance, together with Ukrainian partners, would organize a project, would pursue a project in the, for instance, an integration event organized in Poland by the Polish partner, the Slovakian organization organized an integrative event in their country without, this mobility component. Well, but from our point of view, there's no cooperation. There's no joint project. Well, mind you, the objective of our fund is to engage people, encourage them to network, to build contacts, to share knowledge, to share experiences. If your organizations would act separately in your respective countries, there's no networking element. But well, this is the kind of, if the mandatory cross-border element is present, then it would be eligible. Yes, it would be eligible. I mean, I understand that not everyone can go to Ukraine now, but so the expert, delivering a lecture or leading a workshop can be online. But there needs to be a kind of personal meeting of people with experiences shared during the meeting.
Вітання з України. Приємно.
It's really, satisfying to hear Ukrainian here at this event. I would like to ask. I would like you to tell us more about, the funding options. For instance, we've got a charity, but because the kind of beneficial owner, ultimate beneficial owner, is a deputy to the parliament. Unfortunately, in such situations, we cannot provide any funding. I mean, we will screen, any organization for ultimate beneficial owners, and if there are any, incompliances or inconformities, we will not grant any funds. So I've got a question about, which specific organizations can work together? If it's an NGO that established by students or by any authority, so anything that you have mentioned, when the NGO and any department in public administration or local government, regional council, board. City council, I don't know. I would need to check. But we actually offer consultation on that. There's a 2-week period for consultations. If you have any questions or any doubts, we'll answer these. Thank you. Thank you very much. Visegrad countries are Poland, Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Hungary. What about Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia in this regard? And you mentioned the Western Balkan countries. Can we list those countries so that we know where to look for the partners in?
The main rule is to include those three organizations from 3 countries of Visegrad 4. You can include all other partners from all other countries if it makes sense for the reasons of your project. It can be Lithuania, Latvia, Western Balkans. We cooperate with Western Balkan Fund. So those can be your partners, but it have to make sense why to involve them. But the main rule here to have those three partners from V4 countries. That's the main. Other, whatever you want.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. I have a question not from the point of view of the beneficiaries, but from the point of view of the funds or other funds. Do you sometimes cooperate with institutional partners, other funds, maybe countries, to set up joint co-funds to invest, to work on certain projects?
We do not cooperate as a fund, but if the applicant, if the grantee wants to involve some co-financing, it's up on them. It's possible. We do not prohibit it. But as an institution, as the Visegrad Fund, we do not prepare some project. So the applicant comes to us. If they need co-financing, it's our pleasure. It will be easier for us, yes. If not, we don't have such strict rules here, but we do not organize anything.
Ви сьогодні наводили приклади як кінцевого продукту івенту, і називали, що є можливість
Speaking of the final outcome of product, what kind of product do you mean? Can it be, for example, a course book published in 3 languages? Yes, a product can be some printed matter, a book or brochure. Speaking of books, it's quite expensive. If you produce something like it with other partners, of course, by all means, it can be a product. But if the book was printed before the project and then you want to have reimbursement of the costs, we will not fund that. Everything that you do as a product must be part of your project.
Проєктів питання в контексті відновлення України, чи можна залучити експертів по архітектурі, до прикладу, з 4 країн, для того, щоб розробити як готовий.
Now, is it possible, for example, to design, to engage designers, architects or planners to help reconstruct Ukrainian cities? Would you find something like that? Okay, a very interesting idea. Everything related to communication, to designing new schemes, but of course we will not provide funds for the actual reconstruction. Can a doctor of economics apply for funds for a scholarship? Well, if you find a partner university, there are no limitations in terms of age. If you have some shared research goal, that's fine. You can apply. There are no limitations, age or theme-wise. Hello, Irina Kostecka from Lviv. I'm a researcher. Thank you for your presentation, for your support for the projects. I have received funding from the Visegrad Fund a number of times as a researcher, but also for academic mobility. I have done really huge fundamental research with a Polish partner. And I think because this forum focuses on youth needs and activities. I know you have this summer school in Krakow. I also attended that once. And I think there was a project with 3 applicants, Poland as the leading applicant, Slovakia, Czechia and Ukraine. We applied like this for the first time and we succeeded. So I do encourage everyone else to involve in some cross-border cooperation to get funding for what you need. Well, thank you. This is very nice to hear. We are a friendly organization, although with a limited budget. But if your project is denied funding, sometimes it may be only due to our limited funding capabilities. You will always receive our feedback on why you failed to achieve funding.
Ja bardzo Państwu dziękuję za udział w pierwszym dniu.
Well, I believe our speaker will have some time for you to talk after this session. That's all for today. See you tomorrow. We'll continue talking about youth affairs. We will have international speakers who will speak about how to work with the youth and about work for the youth. We will speak about participatory budgets. And also part of the day will be study visits, so you will be able to visit the Center for Information and Youth Development, Sempre Afrenta Foundation headquarters, or the Baobab Integration Center. So please sign up for the visit groups, visit teams at the reception desk, and we'll see you in the morning and enjoy your study visits tomorrow in the afternoon.